Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I had to start over. Oof. Let's try this again.
There is a Discord server. More disgusting than most normal people will ever see. A server filled with so much porn and suffering, no man could ever dream of it. What you are about to witness is a world of horror, where logic and reason no longer make any sense. Where a community sworn to protect children ultimately became the very monsters they swore to destroy. What you are about to witness is a place beyond common sense. You're about to enter the FCK.
Okay. So, now we're here to the new one. Yeah. Yeah. Just. I am genuinely sorry. The stream got hit. Yeah. So, I'm gonna have to edit that out. That one will be live on its own. I just gotta use YouTube Studio to fix that one. But, I am genuinely sorry about that. I am genuinely sorry. Please do not break thy kneecaps. I do genuinely apologize. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, we're gonna break Madlib's kneecaps next time I see her. Break it thy kneecaps. Oh, God, that was bad. That was so bad. Oh, holy cow. I'm genuinely sorry. That was an experience. I can't believe that actually happened. I'm so sorry. Okay, so welcome back. I'm sorry. If you didn't know, this is part 2 to the part 2. I'm gonna have to edit it out because Mad Libs, I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing and accidentally flashed everyone Tony the Tiger and Chester Cheetah rubbing cocks together. Sorry. Genuinely sorry. Mama Susan mad. So I'm gonna have to fix that. I don't know how to use the YouTube editor, but I will figure it out. I don't think I should re-record the entire first segment about Dumbsville and all that. I will post that separately. I'm probably just gonna have to edit it. I'm probably gonna download it, and I'm probably gonna edit it down a bit. So sorry. So, genuine apologies to everyone in the server for your pain and suffering. Thank you for pain and suffering. I'll give that back to the victims. Oof. That was awful. That was genuinely bad. I am sorry. I am genuinely sorry. This is my apology tour. Oh my god, I am so... I feel like an asshole. Okay, so we're gonna read the other statements. In the panic as well, I accidentally X'd out a Peaches' statement about the FCK, so... also sorry. I was trying to edit out the stream behind the scenes. I'm never gonna live that down. That's gonna be on my record forever. So, besides me going to eventually break out the ukulele, for that fuck up, we're gonna resume reading the statements. I'm gonna try to find Peaches's again because this stream already got hit. This stream already got hit with inappropriate content. Have some lemonade vodka. No. I'm gonna cry. I think we were on Ellie Momelli if you need a refresher. Yeah, because the stream had to go down. But that will be edited out and it will be posted on its own, most likely. I was gonna talk about Ellie Momelli next. I was gonna address Peaches as well because I do think we need to talk about Peaches' statements. And I tried to tell the server about what happened. Others digging Peach, and I left the server. Yeah, I do need to talk about Peaches' statement. I don't know if I still have it. That's the thing, because I exited it out and now it's like lost in the void. Oh no. So we'll read Ellie Momelli's, because Ellie Momelli, I had a conversation with not too long ago with Doodle Tones. And we're going to talk about that conversation a little bit later on because there are problems with it. So let's address Ellie Momelli, and we're not going to fuck this up again. You see why I have to be careful with what I show? Because that ended so bad. That was so bad. Okay, so here we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to read Ellie Momelli's statements, and we'll go from there. So Ellie Momelli's statements is, I've been made aware of my involvement in the FCK. I do want to make note, I did not send porn in that server. I did send memes that were not appropriate for minors to see. For that, I'm guilty of. I'm not here to say excuses. I'm here to say what happened. Now, Ellie's made note to me she's not going to watch this stream, which is fine. But I still have a problem because one of the things she did do in our call was they kept justifying that she was only in there for a day, so it wasn't that bad. But they didn't. The memes were of like Elmo having a cock ring and stuff like that. And the problem with Ellie in this situation is she did know Slimmers' age and even drew fan art for Slimmers in the chat where they swap clothes together. And Slimmers is 15. And in our call, I'll describe a little bit of it because we are going to address it later when I talk about Doodle's statement just a little bit, because Doodle's made a statement on the FCK too. Ellie said pretty much like, oh, they try to say because it was memes it wasn't as bad, but there are problems with that because when we had our talk, I went through the chat of like, they're like, oh, I didn't really engage in this behavior, when that wasn't true, because when I scrolled down, they did engage in the server culture. There was a chat called Pee in My Mouth that they also, like, they engaged in. There were several chats where they were being openly explicit in front of Ellie Momelli. I need to go, I'll look through our chat log, but because I sent them pictures of the chat, so I'll probably use those screenshots just to prevent us probably having another Tony the Tiger incident. I'm going to get you, Mad Libs. I'm coming for you now. You made me look like an asshole. I'm coming. I got the gun ready. I'm ready. But I hope Slimmers is okay. Slimmers is doing all right. Slimmers is one of the victims that actually got therapy from what they told me 2 years ago for this event. So they're doing a lot better. And they're one of the ones I am not as worried about because they've actually received some help to overcome these issues. So they're doing a lot better than they were. We will talk about Slimmers' statement as well because I do think it's important to talk about it due to some of the things in it. Because people don't understand kind of the gravity of the situation, and we do need to discuss it. But I do think we also need to discuss like why this is a problem. So we're going to take a little detour here for a second. We're going to take a slight detour. We'll be right back. Like, I'm not BRBing. We're going to a slight detour to discuss like why this is a problem. So we're going to like why this is an issue to begin with, because I do think this is important. When talking about the FCK, and this is why I'm having problems with a lot of people in it, they say like what they did, like they try to say like, oh, NSFW memes aren't that bad and stuff like that, and they try to split hairs when talking to me about this. So today I'm going to explain to you why these are issues, because I don't think they even understand. I think they don't understand contextually what the problem is. So before we finish your statement, I'm going to read exactly what position I'm exactly coming from here, so that way everyone can kind of understand what's going on. So, showing pornographic pictures to children is considered sexual abuse. It doesn't matter if it's a joke or not. It is flat out considered sexual abuse. Child sexual abuse can include non-touching behaviors, as you read here. Exposing children to adult sexuality is a form of child sexual abuse. Even exposing them to the jokes is considered child abuse. That's why I'm like having problems with when Doodles and Ellie Momeli, like, we'll go over that call when we get to it, because I do think that call is genuinely problematic. But when they said like the memes aren't bad and it's not as bad as, like, you know, Toasty grooming kids, it's not true. All of this is all forms of child abuse. This all still contributed to child abuse. It was normalizing the sexual behaviors. It was still causing harm. As you're reading here, that you don't need to touch a kid to abuse them. Just children, purposely exposing children to adult sexuality is still a form of abuse. Exposing them to stuff like that is still abusive in form of way. I'm not saying they are like a child abuser, but what they did was still a form of abuse. What they did was inappropriate around minors, and it wasn't okay. This is where I'm coming from, because as someone that has helped kids who've been abused, just because you don't touch them doesn't mean the stuff you say around them isn't harmful or impactful. Just because it was a joke doesn't mean it didn't cause any damage or harm. Because it normalized these things as it's not that serious, thus it made it way easier for Toasty to harm them. This is why I have problems with a lot of these people when they say, oh, it's just a joke. You got to be aware of the position you are in. And the fact that when we're going to talk about Nezzy, Ellie didn't fully disclose how much she knew about the situation is going to be an upsetting part of this. But let's explain a bit more about this. Whether or not a child is touched, non-touching behaviors can just be as upsetting as emotionally harmful to children as touching behaviors. Non-touching behaviors that are considered harmful to children include showing pornography to children, exposing a person's genitals to a child, or asking a children to expose themselves. This is why I have problems with Miss Zizi, because that is child abuse. Asking a child to interact sexually with someone else. This is why I have problems with Miss Zizi, Toasty, and a few other people. Asking online enticement of a minor for sexual purposes. This is the one that everyone knows is predation. Photographing a child in sexual poses. Exposing children to sexual acts, including masturbation, either in person, through digital, computer, or video images. Toasty has done this on numerous occasions. Whether watching a child undress or use the bathroom are often without the child's knowledge, known as voyeurism or being a peeping Tom. These are all forms of child abuse. Sharing these kinds of inappropriate content with children is still considered a form of abuse. And this is why I have problems with the people in the FCK when they say it like it's just a meme. No, it is not. No, it is not. It's called NSFW memes for a reason, because they're for adults. They're for adults for a reason. And that needs to be distinguished, and that needs to be noted. There's a reason why I go so hard when it comes to that, and it's because it is a form of child abuse. And it's what led to these children being predated on, because it normalizes the behavior to them. This is why groomers show pornography to children, is to normalize these acts to them, which is why Toasty was sending Teddy and all the other victims pornography in their DMs, like I showed in the last stream. They know how this works. This normalizes the behavior to them. And when, I'm going to show a call that Akumu had in Senate with Lio, Nezzy, and Doodles. When Doodles says, that's just the culture Toasty made, that is a highly problematic statement because of things like this. This is why it's a problem. And I will expand further. I will expand a bit further. What is considered explicit materials? Books, magazine, periodicals, newspapers, comic books, drawings, photography, images, videos, audio recordings. All of these are considered So when they go, well, it's a meme. No, it's still a fucking image. It's still considered that. That distinction needs to be clearly made. When it comes to child predation, you can't fuck around with stuff like this going, well, this is not as bad. Nope, that can contribute to the child being predated on because it normalizes the behavior to them. Whether it was intentional or not, that is what happened, and it's what led to a lot of these children being victimized. It is why I'm being, like, as much as I laugh about, like, I made jokes about Miss Zizi and all that kind of stuff, I do that to make the victims feel comfortable and feel like they're seen, because they are seen. It's to validate their feelings, because they're the ones that get hurt in this. But I'm being serious right now, because the call that I had with Doodle and Ellie really upset me, and it was very telling to the nature of it, that they're not really here to try to help the victims for their best interest. They're more so here to help themselves, and I will expand upon that later, making Doodle know, because I will talk about exactly why I say that, especially when it comes to Doodle's video dressment that they made on the situation, because that video is incredibly telling, and I do think we need to talk about it, as it is genuinely very problematic in its own right. Now, let's continue on. Obscene visual representation of sexual abuse of children. Now, why this is being mentioned is because a lot of people try to excuse drawings as like, oh, they're drawings. That can't cause issues. Wrong. In the law, it says right here, anyone in circumstance described in subsection knowing purpose produces, distributes, receives, or possesses an intent to distribute a visual depiction of any kind, including a drawing, cartoon, a sculpture, or painting of that depicts a minor engaging in sexual acts, is obscene, depicts an image engaging in graphic bestiality, sadistic or masochistic abuse, or sexual intercourse, including genital, oral, anal, between, lacks serious artistic, literary, and political scientific value. Now, these are the statutes to determine this, and the reason why I'm mentioning this is because they asked the minors in the FCK and even drew some of them in inappropriate situations. There's a reason why I'm mentioning this, is because these kids were predated on. There is an image in there that has a child sleeping in the bed, and it infers there's a shadow of Toasty that walks over them, and then the next scene they have cum on their face. I'll let you interpret what happened in that event yourself. I'm not going to show that because that definitely is going to get the stream removed. But that is in the chat. That is in the FCK logs. There is a lot of problematic content that was distributed to these minors, that was made of these minors, that was shown to these minors, that outright has a lot of serious legal implications. And even stuff like this, knowingly possession, depiction of any kind, including drawing, sculpture, painting. It was the same, like, you can get in trouble for even being in possession of this. It doesn't matter if it's a cartoon or not. Those people are like, oh, it's a cartoon. It doesn't count. No, it does. Under the law, it does. So I'm making that very fucking clear. If they're going to do that, if anyone's going to split hairs of like, oh, it's just a drawing. No. If it's a drawing of a minor, it's still a problem. It's still a problem, and it shouldn't be happening. I'm just making that very fucking known. Also, there's stuff like this that talks about any communication involving transport in the mail, like any, distributing this stuff through mail and all this kind of stuff. You can get in trouble for that too. Like, there's a lot. Images are not protected under the First Amendment and are legally contraband under federal law. Section 2256 of Title 18 United States Code defines child pornography as any visual depiction of sexually explicit conduct involving minors, someone under the age of 18. Visual depictions include photographs, videos, digital or computer-generated images indistinguishable from an actual minor, and images created, adapted, or modified but appear to depict an identifiable actual minor. Undeveloped film, undeveloped videotape, electronically stored data that can be converted into visual image of child pornography is also deemed illegally visual depictions under federal law. Notably, the legal definition of sexually explicit conduct does not require that the image depict the child engaging in sexual activity. A picture of a naked child may constitute illegal child pornography if it's sufficiently sexually suggestive. Additionally, the age of consent of sexual activity in given state is irrelevant. So, age of consent, when they go, the age of consent in my state 16, it says right here, the age of consent for sexual activity in a given state is irrelevant. Any depiction of a minor under 18 engaging in sexually explicit conduct is illegal. I'm making that clear because that argument has come up in the community before. I'm making this clear. Under law, if you're drawing this shit that it's a very noticeable minor, you're drawing minors that are very obviously children engaging in this conduct. Doesn't matter if they're a cartoon or not. It doesn't matter what the consent law is in your state. You are depicting a minor. You can get in trouble for that. Federal law prohibits production, distribution, and possession of an image of child pornography using or affected by any means or facility of interstate or foreign commerce. See U.S. USC 2251. Specifically, Section 225 makes it illegal to persuade, induce, entice, or coerce a minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct for purposes for producing visual depictions of that conduct. Any individual who tries to conspire to commit child pornography offense is also subject to persecution under federal law. Basic guidelines. The basic guidelines for tier fact must be whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that work taken as a whole appeals to a prudent interest, which I've shown you some of these images. I showed you the Tony the Tiger one. Like, it's not child pornography, but it's like, it's stuff like that. Can you see clearly it's not for artistic purposes? Because you can tell from that stream is dead. It's never come back. Oh no. Whether the work depicts or describes in patently offensive ways sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state's law, whether the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Which is the reason why when you see like help, if you don't understand why they say it lacks value, you know, like when you go to a doctor's office, you see like a portrait of people and you see their insides, you see like the mammary glands of the people of all ages and stuff like that. They're allowed to show that because it has inherent scientific value, because the purposes of it are not to display the minor sexually, is to display it for health reasons, to show the healthy workings of the human body. It's stuff like that. Now let's discuss obscenity, because this needs to be discussed because this keeps being overlooked. Obscenity is not protected under the First Amendment to free speech, and violations of federal obscenity law are criminal offenses. The U.S. courts use three-pronged tests, commonly referred to as the Miller test, to determine if the given material is obscene. Obscenity is defined as anything that fits in the criteria of the Miller test, which may include, for example, visual depictions, spoken words, or written text. Right there. Written text. So the text messages as well can be deemed as obscene and not protected under free speech, and they can be prosecuted for these inappropriate conversations with these minors. Federal law makes it illegal to distribute, transport, sell, ship, mail, produce, and attempt to sell or engage in a business of selling or transferring obscene material. Convicted offenders may face fines and imprisonment. Although law generally does not criminalize private possession of obscene material, the act of receiving such material could violate federal law, prohibiting the use of mail, commerce, blah, blah, blah. Under law, the material is considered obscene if it shows or describes sexual conduct in a very obviously offensive way. A reasonable person would conclude that it lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, and the average adult person applying the contemporary standard of California would conclude that it appeals to a prudent interest. Prudent interest is a morbid, degrading, and unhealthy interest in sex. This means the material appeals to something beyond what is considered normal and healthy interest in sex. Toasty has done that numerous times, also making this right. Federal law strictly prohibits the distribution of obscene matters to minors. So them giving this to minors is also a problem. Any transfer or attempt to transfer such material to a minor under the age of 16, including over the internet, is punishable under federal law. It is illegal to use misleading website domains with the intent to deceive a minor into viewing harmful or obscene material as well. For example, using a cartoon character or children's television program in the domain of a website that contains harmful or obscene material may be punishable under federal law. I'm making this clear why the FCK is a problem. If you can't put two and two together, what that just fucking told us, I don't know how to help you. Because I am explaining this to you because these are problems for a reason. In addition, visual representations such as drawings, cartoons, or paintings that appear to depict minors engaging in sexual activity are obscene are also illegal under federal law. It is important to note that the standard for which is harmful for minors may be different from the standard for adults, and offenders convicted for obscenity crimes involving minors face harsher penalties than if it was involving adults. Now let's talk about the Miller test so you can understand this a bit more. The Supreme Court eventually moved Ross' test to be slightly more comprehensive view. In the Miller test, the court held that before a state bans a form of expression on the grounds that it is obscene, it must establish the material as a whole appeals to a prudent interest in sex, is partially offensive in the light of community standards, and lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. The why I keep repeating this is because, as you saw, a lot of the stuff in the FCK is not done for artistic value. A lot of this is done for a prudent interest and all this kind of stuff. They are distributing these inappropriate images to minors. They're encouraging minors to draw this. They were showing minors these images. They were distributing images, websites, and all this kind of stuff to these minors, showing these inappropriate images to them. There was Sandy Cheek's cockvore in the thing. There was Miku drowning in her cum in that server. There was a lot of problematic content that I guarantee you would get them into serious fucking legal trouble. I'm saying this because I've asked. There's a reason why I have these, is because I've asked people who have understanding of this stuff. This is not just, internet guy is just saying stuff he Googled. No, I actually asked somebody who actually has a degree, and actually I asked them about this, and they gave me these resources to help me understand a bit more and make it in simplified terms for everyone to understand. These people have seriously fucked up. Everything I've just read to you is applicable to that FCK server in multiple ways. Of them distributing this shit to minors. Of them making the minors draw this stuff. That fucking entire chat room with Slimmer's NSFW and them encouraging stuff in there and the conversations in there. All this kind of stuff. All inappropriate. All can get them into trouble. All of them are serious enough that can cause serious legal repercussions. This is not a joke. This is not just YouTube drama. This is a group of people that may have committed serious offensive legal acts that can send them to actual federal prison. I am saying this because it is that serious of a situation that is being made into a joke right now, and it really shouldn't be. There were a lot of kids groomed in that server and genuinely harmed by the people within it, and it needs to be talked about as it is. I may joke about Miss Easy and Toasty, but that's for the victims to be able to watch this. This is me being serious when I say these people should be in fucking prison. They have done a lot of bad shit that even under federal law could get them into serious legal trouble. Oh my God. Courts still use the Miller test to differentiate between obscene material and content that's protected under the Constitution. The states are free to establish more liberal interpretations of obscenity, but they can't apply standards that are any more exacting. Yet no matter the standard involved, the line between constitutionally protected speech and obscenity is not only thin but also difficult, if not impossible, to pin down. It evolves along social perceptions of decency. And people use this like, see, social perceptions of decency. It changes over time, but that's the problem. What's the social perception of decency right now? I have shown plenty of the FCK right now. How is the audience reacting to it? The social perception of decency is everyone agrees in unison this server was bad. it groomed kids, and it hurt a lot of people. So regardless of you trying to change that goalpost of trying to do the semantics game of that section, if this were ever to, this is going to view the average person interpretation of this, not internet detectives. It's going to view the average person, and the average person is going to look at children being sent porn and drawings of people ejaculating on their faces and them sucking dicks. They're not going to view that as just honey ha ha jokes. They're not going to look at that as a joke. They're going to look at that as you normalize this behavior to the kids, you engage in inappropriate behavior with these kids, and you're in serious, and they're going to be really fucking pissed about that. I am telling you, that is the view of the normal person. I'm telling you, this is a very bad situation. And I'm like, if this ever were to go to court, this would not go well for any of you if it was taken, if it could be, because unfortunately I think at this stage, not only the statute of limitations are far be it up, but as well, a lot of this information is already being publicized, which can make it easily dismissible in court, which does happen a lot of the time. Which is unfortunate, but it's also why I'm reporting on the FCK, because not only did the victims ask me to do this, but it's also as well, they can't really, there's, in terms of legality, there's not much that can be done due to the statute of limitations and how much of it has already been made publicized throughout the years. But I'm just being very, very thorough. I'm being thorough. I have to be thorough when it comes to this, because if I'm not thorough, these people are going to argue, oh, it's a drawing or it's a meme. No, you are still contributing to the abuse these kids went through, and you still need to take responsibility for that. I don't care if you feel bad about it now. How you feeling bad about it now doesn't matter. Try to either help the victims, give them support, money, and financial aid for the therapy they need to recover from the events you contributed to. Something along those lines. Because you guys just trying to split hairs and trying to make it out, it's not as bad as it actually is. Even with the laws I was given as resources to help me understand the problems with the FCK, the possible issues that could be brought up if this was taken seriously and taken to a legal trial, should be more than enough to depict to you that this is a problem. This is a serious problem. Okay? I may joke, but that's for the benefit of the victims. This is me being serious right now. Read this shit. Knowingly distributes, offers, sends, or provides a minor any visual depiction, including any photograph, film, video, picture, or computer-generated image or picture, whether made or produced by electronics, mechanical, or other means, where such visual depiction tends to be of a minor engaging in sexual explicit conduct. That was, it's basically saying you can't distribute that shit. You can't be sending minors that shit. That's literally what it's telling you. You cannot knowingly send this shit to minors. And you were depicting other minors in these acts. I am being thorough when I say this. This is not okay. I don't like that the hairs are trying to be split on this. This is serious. This is bad. Even from a legal standpoint, when I ask for advice on this is really fucking bad. They may not be able to press charges, but they definitely could sue for emotional damages and other things. This is really serious. Oh yeah, Title 1V prohibition on transfer of obscene materials to minors. Whoever uses mail or facility, blah blah blah. Oh, what? The former comment, knowingly whoever uses mail or any facility or means of interstate or foreign commerce knowingly transfers obscene material to another individual who has not attained the age of 16 years, knowing that such other individual has not attained the age of 16 years or attempts to do so, shall be fined and imprisoned for no more than 10 years. The analysis, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's just for stuff like involving them transferring obscene materials through commerce and stuff like that. I got that just... There's a lot. I was sent basically the entire book. I forgot specifically what this one was sent to me for. I do apologize, but like, there is a lot when it comes to this. You're not allowed to send children explicit stuff under false pretenses of, like, all this kind of stuff I showed earlier. This one, I think, was also just making, like, them ensuring, like, you're not, it's so serious of a law, you can't even do it, like, through the mail and stuff like that. I'm fairly certain that's the reason why I was sent this one. But, yeah. Defines generally, display means to put or set out into view to make visible. Disseminate means to sell, lend, give, show, or allow to examine, or to offer, or to agree to do the same. Okay, you can't fucking be sharing this shit. Like, this is the definition of generally when it comes to that law. For depiction, okay. In terms of visual depiction, include underdeveloped film, videotape, or data stored on a computer disk or by electronic means, which is capable of conversion into a visual image, and also includes any photography, film, video, picture, digital image, or picture, computer image, or picture, or computer-generated image, or picture, whether made or produced by electronic, mechanical, or other means. The term sexually explicit conduct has the meaning given in the term of Section 2256(2)(a) or 2256(2)(b), and term graphic, when used with respect to the depiction of sexually explicit conduct, means that the viewer can observe any part of the genitals or public area that is depicted of a person or animal during any point in time that is sexually explicit conduct being depicted. And I'm doing this because this is definitions. Definitions are important when it comes to law, and they need to be clearly defined when there is problematic content. So I gave you the explicit depictions of what visual depiction, sexually explicit conduct, and graphic all mean. So no one can play the fucking semantic games. This is what it means under the law of what it explicitly means when it comes to that. And it's literally saying anything that's visual production, film, video, digital image, or picture counts under visual depictions. So that cartoon shit counts. Okay, a person guilty of disseminating sexually explicit material to a minor, if the person does either of the following: knowingly disseminates a minor sexually explicit or visual or verbal material that is harmful to minors, knowingly exhibits a minor to sexually explicit performances that is harmful to minors. A person knowingly disseminates sexually explicit material to a minor if a person knows both the nature of the matter and the status of the minor to whom the matter is disseminated. A person who knows the nature of the matter if the person either is aware of its character or the content, recklessly disregards circumstances suggesting its character and content. A person knows the status of the minor if the person is either aware of that person to whom disseminates is made under 18 years of age or recklessly disregards a substantial risk that the person to whom is disseminated is made under 18 years of age. Disseminating sexually explicit material to a minor is a felony punishable by imprisonment for no more than 2 years or a fine not more than $10,000 or both. In imposing the fine, the court shall consider the scope of the offender's commercial activity in dissemination of sexually explicit material to minors. I am making very fucking clear what the law defines as a problem in this situation. Again, disseminate, sell, lend, give, show, or allowed to examine and offer. You are not allowed to show minors porn. You are not allowed to do that. A lot of you are in serious fucking trouble for a reason. Because you fucking violate this. Okay? You are lucky that a lot of them can't press charges. But I'm making this very clear. And I did that little sub-route because it's important to define why this is a fucking problem and why these people, what they're doing is so dangerous and also very concerning, because from a legal standpoint alone, there's a lot of things that can be thrown at them for what they've done in this situation. So now, with that understood of what is going on here, of why these are problems, we are going to go back to reading the statements. Ellie Momelli is going to admit in this statement that they distributed NSFW memes to children. They were aware the Slimmers was in there. They were 15 years old and they did a close swap meme with Slimmers and still distributed the NSFW meme content in front of the minors. Okay? Just because it's not as bad as everyone else doesn't mean this is not a problem. And I'm making that very known because it's very important to discern why these are problems. Alright? So now let's go back to the goofy stuff, okay? Let's let a little bit goofy. Let's turn down the seriousness a little. That way we can talk about these issues and not feel like I am slowly stomping on someone's neck. Because that's uncomfortable for everyone. I've been made aware of my involvement in the FCK. I did not send porn in the server. I did send memes that were not appropriate for minors to see. For that I'm guilty of. I am not here to say excuses. I'm here to say what happened. I had very little involvement in that server. I left the server not long after I joined. That I couldn't even recall me being in there until today. I had no idea about half the things that went on in that server. I sent memes with NSFW subject matter that kids shouldn't see. That was irresponsible. I'm very sorry. I have not since repeated and will not repeat that behavior again. That is a promise I can make with certainty. I hope that I can continue to prove to you all I'm better and I'm very sorry for what I've contributed to. All right. And then, hold on. Is there another statement? Oh yes, it's the other Ellie Momelli. It's the other Ellie Momelli statement. But as you heard, Ellie Momelli admitted they distributed inappropriate images of NSFW memes in the server with these minors. Ellie Momelli was in there for a day, and that was used as a reason to why Ellie Momelli wasn't that bad. But there's a problem with that we're going to discuss during the Nezzy Monster section, that Ellie actually knew a bit more than that, and it will become a problem. But as you heard, Ellie Momelli still contributed to that, sent NSFW memes, was aware there was a minor in there, minimum one, and still sent that in there and saw the inappropriate stuff that was going on while they were in there and still contributed to it. I'm making that clear because it's important. What? What? What do you need?
Can you open this? My fingers keep sliding.
That's still good?
It expires today.
I can't open it.
Thank you.
No worries. I opened it.
Yeah, it expires May 15th.
Oh God, I'm tired. Okay. So, let's keep going. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to go through the FCK and I'm going to look up Ellie Momelli specifically. Done from user. Oh yeah, I gotta get their user tag. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta get their user tag. What's going on? So let's see. Okay, so I gotta get Ellie Momelli's tag. Let me just grab that real quick here. And then we're gonna look through Ellie's messages. I'm gonna keep the screen off for right now until I make sure, because they did admit to sending NSFW memes. Hold on, let me find little Ellie. Where is little Ellie? There they are. Sorry, Ellie, I need to search you up in the server. That way everyone can get proper context of what you're apologizing for. That way, at least we give you a fair shake on, like, if this apology is good or not. I think that's fair, because we do need to understand the context, and we do need to understand the problem. So, here we go. Okay. Ellie posted 26 messages. Okay, hold on. Let me just check to make sure the rest of these are okay. Okay, the memes I can show. They're not too bad. Okay. Oh, that's not good. And it, like right above it is like inappropriate images, like right above Ellie's stuff. Like this is one of the things I mentioned to Ellie when talking to him. It's like right underneath their talk, right after they contribute to the pee in my mouth part of the server. There's someone's like, you watching porn, the girl has big boobs. The girl gives you an on-camera tip job. The video ends before you come. And then not long after that, just like a couple of minutes later, Ellie replies, I have scoliosis, have fun, bitches. Like, they saw the inappropriate behavior here. They saw it. I can't show some of it because fucking... Oh, God, I gotta be careful. I don't want to cause another flag down of the stream. So we're just gonna go over the memes. Because the memes are the main thing that she was talking about. So, we're gonna go over the memes, okay? Elmo, this is the first meme that Ellie posted that they're referring to is Elmo immediately rips off his testicles when Zoe mentions she wants to have babies, crisis averted. Next one is Ernie is shocked at the price of crack, street price of crack these days. Elmo remembers when he used to drink to feel happy. Now Elmo remembers hoping the next one will destroy his liver so he can finally die. Bert looks at Ernie in disbelief as the laxatives were split into his ice cream kick in. There is no meaning, your cock is mine. And then, here comes the explicit ones. Elmo becomes frustrated when the biggest cock ring on the market is still too small for his mastodon-sized pecker. Big Bird disappoints Mistress Maria when his cloaca flinches and 3 of the punishment blocks escape. Ernie told Bert there were airdropping relief packages. The atomic blast says otherwise, so a Hiroshima joke. These memes are mid. But okay. But those are the jokes they are referring to. I do think 2 of these are highly inappropriate, despite them knowing there are minors in here they sent. The Elmo cockring joke and the cloaca Big Bird joke is not appropriate and shouldn't have been sent. It's not okay. And then when we scroll down, there is stuff that shows that, you know, there was stuff being sent that wasn't appropriate and Ellie didn't really do anything or try to stop it. So, let me print screen one of these images. This image was literally sent by Slimmers and Ellie's like right below it. It was literally, oh God, okay. So, first off, I am going to scroll down so the image is not seen so we don't repeat the Tony the Tiger incident. And so we're just gonna censor that just in case, because I'm not risking shit. I'm not risking shit. I'm not risking anything. So, okay, here we go. And this is this, and Ellie's right here. This image was not was sent by Slimmers. It wasn't appropriate. And then Ellie's like, please, and then asked to pay tribute to our shrine. What the fuck do you mean? The peeing on my mouth shrine, which is Ellie contributed to that culture as well. Like, Ellie might have not done as bad as everybody else, but there still was images and problematic content around them that they were seeing, even being posted by the minors that wasn't intervened, wasn't stopped, wasn't called out. And there is more like, hold on, let me get the image that I sent to them when I explained some of the issues about this. Let's see, where is it? Where are you? Is it the fridge full of bees? No, that's not. That's the wrong chat. Where are you, chat logs? Did I kicked out? No, there's no way they would kick me out. That was a chat room so they could keep, like, so if, like, they wanted to say something, they could. Like, there's no way they do that. Hold on, let me search up the Doodle Banoodle. Where is the Doodle Banoodle? Okay, no. Okay, no, that's not that. Okay. Let me look up Doodles and find our chat. No. Okay, I found our chat. Found our chat. Okay, there's the more inappropriate images in here. Because I was talking to him about this. Okay, so I was talking to him about it. And I was mentioning the other inappropriate images that are happening right around Ellie as well. There's one where a guy is literally busting a nut. Hold on, let me copy image. Let me put it in MS Paint so we can censor this too. I don't think I can censor this. I'm gonna just try. This was one of the images posted around Ellie as well. Like, this guy literally busting a load and coming all over himself. It's pretty, like, there's a lot of unfortunate images and stuff that was posted right around Ellie as well that wasn't addressed. And I mentioned this in our call, like, why was none of this pointed out? Because there's, like, an image of an anime girl getting, it's a hentai image. It's censored so I can show it, but oh my god. A lot of this is bad. Like, a lot of this is bad. They were seeing this in real time. This is like one of the images. Slimmers needs to destroy this one. By the way, I found a good picture of Toasty. Keep in mind, this was in the same chat the very day that Ellie was there and Ellie was interacting with these people. I know they were in there for a day, but the fact that this happened is a problem. Like, there's so much. The reason I have problems is because no one said anything. Like, there was so much problematic content being shown directly to Ellie and nothing was done. Like, I'm saying this because this is genuinely concerning. There were very obvious signs there were inappropriate stuff being shared to minors, being distributed to minors, to the point that the minors had normalized it and started sharing it themselves, and nothing was done. And it becomes a problem later on as well, as Ellie apparently knew more about this, because in Nesgy Monster's chat log with Toasty, Ellie is mentioned. And I will talk about it when we get to Nesgy. But I'm mentioning all this because this is important for context to understand, like, why I'm having a bit of a problem when it comes to Ellie. Because Ellie was seeing this problematic content. Ellie was engaging in the culture of that server. Ellie posted inappropriate stuff with minors in that server. Ellie was seeing the minors post inappropriate stuff themselves, and nothing was done about it. Like, they were there for a day, and in that single day is an perfect encapsulation of some of the worst problems the FCK had, and nothing was done. Like, there's a lot going on. Like, I'm not putting Ellie's head on a spike here. I'm saying, like, hey, why was nothing done? Like, why was nothing done about this? This is very obviously, there was something wrong here that happened, and it needs to be addressed. Because just saying I'm sorry doesn't really address why this happened, why was nothing done, why was nothing said for years until, like, someone had to fucking leak it on Twitter. This is like Ellie's reasoning for this is like, I was only there for a day, but in that day, you saw so much occur. You literally, like, if you saw the screenshot, you saw the image she had of a clothes swap meme with Slimmers. She was interacting with Slimmers in that server. And she was seeing this inappropriate behavior with Slimmers. And nothing was said. Nothing was done about it. And that's my problem I'm having here. These kids were very obviously in a very inappropriate environment. You witnessed it and nothing was done. I'm not going to hold you to like the lake of fire for that, but I'm questioning you heavily because that is a serious oversight. I'm being genuine. I'm being generous and saying it's an oversight, but that is a very serious oversight. So we're gonna read the other statement because I do think it's important to note because we do need to discuss this because this is a problem too. Ellie Momelli deleted the post. I did mess up. I messed up when I posted the memes that the minors shouldn't have been seen in the FCK. I've since apologized for it. I do not wish to run away from that. I've taken accountability and I've not repeated the offense, nor will I ever. Now, here's the thing. This is why this statement was a problem to me before this stream, is because Ellie Momelli had blocked the victims. Ellie was saying they took accountability, but had blocked the victims from communicating anything with them, and even seeing this as well. This is why I have a problem with Ellie, because you cannot say you take accountability, but block the victims, preventing them from having any dialogue with you to actually genuinely take that accountability. Things have changed now, but when this happened, I did not appreciate this, and some of the victims didn't either when they said they took accountability, but when they looked to actually go talk to Ellie, they were blocked. And I still have a problem with that. That should have never have occurred, to block the victims. I don't care how scared you were. They are victims in this situation, and the dialogue still needed to be there regardless if you thought Akumu was involved or not. If you didn't do anything wrong and you genuinely took accountability, it shouldn't matter what gets to Akumu or not. You're supposed to be here to take accountability, right? That means you have to talk to those victims regardless if you trust them or not. They are the ones that are harmed in this situation. They are the ones that have been victimized. They're the ones you owe the apology to. That's my problem. And I think I'm being reasonable when I say if you are genuinely taking accountability, you shouldn't be blocking the people that you are trying to apologize to. I think that is me being very reasonable and me being very, very understanding when it comes to that. Okay? Now, we'll keep going. That, however, does not mean people should get on throwaway accounts to get me to DM me, calling me a pedo, and make threats on my life and loved ones. I have gotten harassment both on Twitter and Instagram outside of what I've admitted to doing. I have done nothing wrong. I do not like that you've been harassed. I made this very clear. I don't support the harassment. That's fucked up. But you do not, but I'm going to say this. You do not get to determine you've done nothing wrong. Okay? You don't. I've admitted to doing this. That's what I've done wrong. You also didn't stop the behavior you saw was occurring. You have done something wrong there. Now, I'm being upfront. I don't support the harassment towards you. I don't think anyone should be doing that. And like I said before, I said this on Twitter, anyone sending harassment your way, fuck you. I literally said on the last stream, don't fucking do that. I literally said that. So if I find out who you fuckers are, I'm coming for you next. Because I fucking told you not to. But, that being said, you still did wrong in that. It wasn't just sending the memes. It was the fact that you saw this inappropriate behavior and did nothing about it. You didn't say anything. You didn't speak up. You didn't warn people. You didn't warn the minors. You didn't try to help the minors. Nothing was done about it. That's still a problem, Ellie. That's still a problem. You don't get to determine you've done nothing wrong outside of that. That's not your decision to make. I hate to say that, but that's the truth of the matter. You still harm people in this situation. That is not your decision to make how much damage you truly did or not. Nothing to deserve what I've been dealing with. I know this isn't going to stop cowards from talking behind a screen pretending it's not another human being and because they're saying wretched things to. Ellie, that could be applied to the FCK. Ellie, that can literally be applied to the FCK. Do you not realize what that... Oh, girl. But I'll do what I can. I don't wish this treatment on my worst enemy. This is a problem I have right now. You want action for what happened to you, but this is the very same issue that happened to those victims that you didn't act on and no one else did. I'm not saying what's happening to you is okay, but it's like, why is it that we have to immediately... We have to come to your defense. But when the same kind of thing happens to those kids, nothing was done and they were dismissed for over 4 years. It's not like there's a double standard here. It's a standard that shouldn't be happening. Both of you should have genuinely been addressed that this harassing behavior, this sexual abuse, all this kind of stuff is not okay, period, on both ends. But I do not like the fact that the community was immediately ready to help you, but no help was done for those fucking kids. I'm more upset for the situation around that. I do apologize. It's not directed towards you. It's directed towards the reaction towards the situation. Because everyone was willing to jump to say, hey, this is wrong, and defend you and help you in any way possible. But that same grace was not given towards any of the victims for anything they'd gone through. And they were mocked and ridiculed and harassed for it for years. This is why I'm pissed with the community. This double standard shouldn't be happening. Ellie and the victims should have been taken seriously, not just Ellie. Nothing to deserve what I've been dealing with. I know Honey, can you pass me the lemonade? My throat's starting to hurt. I am Saddles. I love you, honey. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, I would love a... What is that? Oh, it's saltier than the Red Sea. What the hell is that? Crispy fried onions. Ooh, God.
You know the stuff that on the old Wendy's burgers, the little fried onion?
Tastes like I'm eating a salt lick. Oi. Damn. Dehydrated me immediately. I am not a danger to children. I was negligent. I own that. I'm not trying to silence what I did, but I am not a predator. I never predated on children, and I never will. I'll give you that. You're not a predator. But I'm glad you admit you're negligent, which was missing from the first one. I do appreciate that. But that's still pretty messed up that you blocked the victims. It's still not good. But I understand. I understand you're not a predator. I'm making it known you're not a predator. I'm just not happy that you saw predatory behavior and didn't do anything about it. I'm making that clear, okay? Oh my God, there's so much. As corny as it sounds, I'm trying to stay strong and I'm going to try and be a better person. Well, I'm glad to hear that, but please talk to the victims, ask what they want, because it's not the audience you need to apologize to for that. And telling the audience your negligence not going to really help with that. It's going to be how you help the victims from the result of your negligence. You need to make up with them with that. And you need to have a talk, not just with one of them. You need to have a talk with all of them of what they want you to do in this situation, how they feel best for you to move forward. Because you don't get to determine what you did wrong in this. They do, because they're the ones that suffer the repercussions of your inactions and any contributions you did in that server. They're the ones that got affected. And they're the ones that need that need, they're the ones that determine that. It's not your audience, it's them. Okay? I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just trying to be upfront. Every day, not just for myself, for those who care. I'm safe. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm sorry I scared you all. It's been very hard to deal with. It's been hard to trust anyone nowadays, and I've been feeling more and more paranoid as of late. I'm going to be upfront with you. You shouldn't feel paranoid if you are genuinely taking accountability. I'm being threatened, okay? Report those accounts. Report the messages. Because, I have made it known even in my streams people shouldn't be doing that. Feel free to give me their names. I will go after them. I'm dead serious. I'll go after them. I don't fuck around with shit like that. I don't believe in harassment of it. I went after a user that went after Junkie and How called Pedo Should Die on Twitter for this very reason. I don't believe in harassing anyone because of this situation. I want people to genuinely either fix the situation, get mental help, or fuck off. Those are the three options I have. Help the victims recover, get mental help, or fuck off. This paranoia stuff, stop it. Stop. All you're doing, it's not going to help you. It's not helping anyone. Please, just take a step from a computer. No one is going to come for your family. No one's going to come for your family. And I know that because anyone that is threatening to do so, I'm going to tell you this, puts themselves in serious legal risk of doing so. You could easily report them to the cops no matter what kind of bullshit they're trying to pull. The second they call up your family and try to get you fired for your job, you can get them for that shit. Don't panic, because when you panic, you incentivize them more. I'm just trying to prevent you from, if people are doing this behavior, when you show it affects you, it encourages it more. As unfortunate as that sounds, it's not your fault this is happening. I do think this is genuinely just someone that already hated Ellie and just piggybacked off of this to genuinely attack them. But that still doesn't make the actions in that situation okay. And you still need to talk with all the victims, not just one. You need to talk with multiple on their perspectives on this and what they want you to do in this situation. Just because one says accountability doesn't mean they all believe that. You should genuinely try to talk to them, talk about what you need to do, talk about how they think you should go about this, because they're the ones that got harmed at the end of the day. They're the thing you're addressing right now. So please reach out. I know you're not watching. I know one of your colleagues is watching, so they better relay this. You need to reach out to the victims. Not me for you. You need to. You need to make that legwork, because if you're truly genuine about this apology, you need to put in that legwork to show you genuinely mean it. You don't get to decide when you change. You have to make it right by the people you hurt first. Okay? Just making that clear. To those still wanting to hurt me, please leave me alone. I don't think I'll do much, but I still want to try. That's all I can do for now. Ellie, trying is not blocking the victims on Twitter. Trying is reaching out to them, apologizing for what you did, being fully honest with what you did, and asking them what should be the right course of action. You said that in our call, what do the victims want me to do? Well, for starters, you need to reach out to them. I shouldn't be reaching out to them for you. You truly mean this. You need to go find them and ask, hey, what do you want out of this? Because all you're going to do, me doing that, I'm going to tell you this, it's not going to look genuine. If you genuinely mean this, you need to put in that legwork. Because me putting in that legwork is not going to look genuine. It's going to look like a butt cover, as much as you don't want it to look like that. Even if your intentions aren't that. I'm telling you, if you genuinely mean this, you genuinely want to take accountability like you say, you got to put in that legwork, you got to show them you mean it, and you got to genuinely sit down and listen to them. Not argue with them, not make demands of them. Listen to them, listen to the pain you possibly contributed to, listen to the stuff that you may not have been aware of you contributed to, and and genuinely have a conversation with them with what they want to do. Even if, like you even said, you'd be willing to delete your account. I'm going to be honest with you. If one of them genuinely says they want you to delete your account, that means you got to go through with it then, okay? If one of them wants you to leave the internet forever, that means you leave forever. Because if you're going to say you're going to do these acts, you're doing whatever, you want to do whatever the victims want, like you said in our call, you got to actually go through with it. You can't do what Junkie did, where he said, I'm going to leave forever. And now he's on like a new Discord called Jackalope Studios, pretending he's not him. No, that means if you're saying you're going to leave, if the victims want you to leave for good, you leave for good. No alt accounts, no coming back for Twitch stream cameos. It means good. If you genuinely mean it, you need to be ready to take on that responsibility. And I'm mentioning this because Junkie's not even able to do that. I don't want to see you doing that. If you mean that shit, you better keep to it. If one of them wants you gone, you better stay gone. If one of them wants you to delete your channel, you better keep it deleted and not make a new one. Because if you genuinely want to make it right, you got to listen to what they want. That no ifs, ands, or buts. Do as they ask. Okay? Just being upfront. But okay, that's Ellie's done. Ellie is done, so the next one... should I talk about Fuchsia? I'm contemplating, because Fuchsia has been in therapy for a bit. They're not as suicidal from what I've heard. I'm not sure if I should. Okay. I'm going to ask the audience. Considering Fuchsia Butter's involvement in this, considering Fuchsia Butter's history, should I talk about the Fuchsia Butter statement and talk about the things around it? Or should I save that for when she's in a better state of mind and she actually goes through with the interview that she said she was going to do this month, but she never got to? I assume she forgot. I'm being generous with that because she deleted her entire Discord, which pretty much, which I assume also means she deleted her evidence showing her innocence with Toasty, which is also concerning. Like, if you want me to talk about that, type 1. If you don't, and you think it's another time, type 2. In the meantime, I'm just going to try to see if I can find Peaches' statement. Because we do need to talk about Peaches. Because Peaches made a statement as well, and we do need to address it because there are some problems. Okay, so when you guys type 1 or 2, I'm going to find Peaches' statement. I swore to God I had it. No. Peaches, where the fuck are you? You little wiggly little shit, where are you? Boy, you get your ass out here. Did you eat that entire thing? That is more sodium than your fucking blood count. Oh my god. You're gonna die. Drink some water, you're gonna die.
What's 24 times 3?
24 times 3?
Yeah.
That's well over 200. Why do you ask?
Oh, I just took about 200% of my daily dose of sodium.
You took over 200% of your daily dose of sodium. It's like you want to die. I swear you're like a lemming. I love you though. Jesus Christ, stop doing this to your health. Okay, that's good. Okay, let me see if we can find Peaches. Where are you, hopeless Peach? Where are you, little Peachy boy? Where the fuck are you? Damn it. His stuff is lost in a sea of bullshit. Damn it. I need to talk about Peaches' statement, because Peaches' statement is pretty troubling as well. Oh, God. Peachy boy, where the fuck are you? You little shit. I can't stop seeing that fucking statement every time I look at my fucking Google Photos. The second I need you, it fucking vanishes like Houdini. You little shit.
I've only had 72. It's 72, but not over 200.
I can't count. Hopeless Peaches, FCK. Where the fuck is this statement? Fuck, I can't find their statement, Peach, you little shit. Damn it. That boy, he fucking ghosted on YouTube and he ghosted in my fucking Google Photos. Oh, God, you little shit. I hate it. I hate it. This statement's gone. Ah. Yeah. Well, the chat says too, so we'll give Fushu Butters some time, because I do want to hear their statements. I do want to talk to them. I do want to discuss things with them. I can't find Peaches. So he survives another day. For now. I'm coming for you, Peach. I've come for you, boy. You win for now, hopeless Peaches. I'm stupid. That is your only relief from me. I'm too stupid to figure out Google Photos. But when I do, and I find your statements, we will read them. Until then, we'll read someone else's. Mark my words, Peachy boy. I'm coming for you. I'm joking. I'm fucking with him. But yeah, his statements are also problematic, so we'll address him next time. I can't find them right now, but I'm coming for you, Peach. I'm coming for you, boy. Just you wait, boy. I'm coming for you. All right. Let's get out of that chat room. Who are you? What? What? No way. No, what? No way. No fucking way. Did Ellie actually just delete her account? No way. 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 Hold on. I just got live update news on Ellie Momelli. I'm going to double check this. I just got sent a screenshot that she deleted her account. So, I'm going to go to Twitter and check real fast. Hold on. Because if she's still there, I'm blocked. If she's not, then it'll say, like, does not exist. Hold on. Hold on, I should probably post this fucking stream. Yeah, hold on. I gotta check. No fucking way. Did Ellie actually delete everything? Ellie, no. You're not supposed to delete everything unless the victims want you to. Ellie, no. Ellie. No, you misinterpreted me. Ellie, no. Ellie. No. Ellie, no. No. Did she actually?
Just code 0.
Ellie Momelli. That's the suspended account. Okay, that's the suspended account, so it's Melly Monelli. She's gone. She's actually gone. She deleted it. Oh, fuck. No fucking way. Wait. Ellie said was what? What? Ellie, no, Ellie, I literally said you just needed to talk to the victim. Ellie, taking accountability is not deleting your shit unless they wanted you to do that. Did they want you to do that? Oh, God, Ellie, no, this was not the move, girl. Oh. Girl, no fucking way. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. Behold. Her account's gone. Oh shit, her account is actually gone. During this stream? Yeah, because Ellie was still online just 2 days ago. Hold on, let me check Social Blade. Social Blade will tell me exactly when she deleted. Hold on. Just to verify. Social Blade does Twitter. Social Blade. No fucking way. Did she actually just delete her account? Ellie, no, I'm not trying to bully you. Ellie, god damn it. Ellie, this is not taking accountability. Oh, God, Ellie. Why? Why you do this? Ugh. Unless one of the victims wanted you to do that, you didn't need to do that. Girl. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, so let's look it up. Let me give her the benefit of the doubt when she deleted this. So I'm going to look her up on YouTube. Sorry, no. I'm going to look her up. Sorry, not YouTube. I'm going to look her up on Social Blade on Twitter. So, Melly Mon Ellie. Why did she delete her account? When did she delete this? Melly Mon Ellie. Okay, let me just make sure I spelled that right. Melly Mon Ellie. Yeah, it's gone. Like, Ellie, no. This wasn't the move. This wasn't the move. Ellie, no. Ellie, this makes you look like you're guilty, even if you're not. Oh, Ellie, no. You were supposed to get in contact with the victims. If they wanted you to do that, then yeah, it's delete it. But as far as oh, God. I'm so disappointed. This was not the play. This is so bad. Her Instagram is still up. Ellie, if one of your friends is communicating this with you, contact the victims and ask them what they want you to do. Don't just start deleting stuff. All you're doing is escalating the situation, making it look like you have something to hide. Don't do that. Please, don't do that. If you're truly innocent, you don't need to do that. For love of God. I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and say they were still getting harassed and delete their account to stop. But then why would they still have their Instagram? Their Instagram's up. Oh, Ellie. Oh no, that's not good. That's really unfortunate timing. Oh no, Ellie. No, that's not the play. That's not the play, girl. No. Ugh. That's unfortunate. I'll give the benefit of the doubt, just like Discretion did in chat. I'll give Ellie the benefit of the doubt that it's because of the harassment, but the timing is not good. The timing is really not good, considering the fact she told me in the call she wanted to hear the victim. How are you supposed to hear the victims if they can't contact you? How are you supposed to hear what the victims want if they have no means of communication with you? Ellie, no. That was dumb. That was so dumb. Oh, no. If you're getting harassed, just report the accounts. Don't do this. No. Oh, God. Okay. Ah. Like, it was discussed beforehand. That's the thing. We discussed it. I literally said to her, Ellie literally said to me, like, she's only going to do what the victims want. And one of them just said accountability. They didn't even ask her to delete anything. So this already was this. I don't know why she's deleting this. This prevents victims from being able to reach out to her to communicate what they want to happen in this situation. Ellie, no, this was bad. This was a bad move. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Should I read Hal's statement? Probably should. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. No, you weren't supposed to. Only delete your account if the victims felt that was the best way to mend what happened. Not no, Ellie. Okay, so since that unfortunate news came up, we're going to go on to the next thing. We're going to read one of the admins for the FCK server. No, my former friend, formerly known as Hal. He's no longer my friend because of this event, because this was just inexcusable for me. I cried finding out the information on that before the Junkie stream. It was bad. But Hal is Junkie's boyfriend. They are currently known as Lady Lucifer, but they used to be known as Father Unholy. But we're going to read out their statement and talk about it a bit because there's a lot of problems with it as well. As both Hal and Junkie knew of some of the victims being groomed. Hal was the one that Toasty actually asked. Toasty actually asked to shut down the Slimmers NSFW chat so they wouldn't get caught by Ben the Looney. Like, so he was aware of what was in that, like, yeah, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. I get to talk about my former friend being a part of a server that groomed children. I am not looking forward to this. I knew this dude for 4 years. This is gonna fucking hurt. It hurt when I read it the first time. This is gonna hurt. Hello, my name is Lucifix. That's not his real name. Stop. Also known as Hal. I'm making this to own up to my big mistake I made 4 or 5 years ago. I'm doing this to take accountability for my fuck up and my failure. I was a part of a server known as the Fruitcake Club server. I was invited in there too. It was a server made by Toasty Vanilla to hang out with my boyfriend and his friends for games. Just for context, Toasty Vanilla was Junkie's friend. And I can attest to this because I'll tell you why later on. But Toasty Vanilla and Junkie were friends. So making that known. And Junkie fully knew that Toasty had groomed some kids. Because some of them came to Junkie telling him they were groomed and Junkie ignored them. Hal apparently knew about that too. Which hurts even more. Because why it hurts is because Hal literally used to go on rants about protecting the children and how important it is to protect kids. In fact, he's a Luciferian. In his religion, it literally says, "Thou shalt not harm kids." That's one of the tenets of the religion he's in. And I say this because he does sermons. And I've listened to some of his sermons. I was in a server where he did sermons. Because I'm open to all ideas and beliefs. Because he's a Luciferian. So you can imagine how much this hurts me on a multitude of levels. Because I know Hal's ideals. And what he just did does not match any of them. It hurts. Okay, this gonna sting. This is gonna hurt. I never really participated much in the games. The most I did is post artwork in there of it being safe for work, while one being slightly suggestive, the other two being more suggestive. So, Hal, you know just as well as I do, you can't post NSFW to minors. You suggestive stuff even in front of, you know better. Hal, you've done sermons about this. Hal, you know better. Hal. Oh God, I'm reliving this again. Were these two, which the first one was of their character with breasts that have like police lights, and then this lizard character with a very noticeable bulge. The one on the left I did, posted an NSFW channel. I figured it was okay to post. Here's the thing. There was no safeguards on the NSFW channel. You were literally told to post it anywhere. Like, they didn't care. Like, you saw them say that. I showed that in the Junkie stream. And you didn't find a problem. You were an admin in the server too, and you didn't put any safeguards onto this. In fact, you even helped Toasty hide the evidence. Because I read Nezzy's chat log that Doodles posted in their video. Toasty came to you to lock the channel, which to hide what happened. I'm sorry, I'm very upset. Sorry, this one hits close to home because I knew him for 4 years. This hurts a lot. This hurts so much. Because I would post art on my Sona, very Twitter. You're reading from as one on the right was drawn by Chaos55T. I don't remember why I posted it. You still posted that inappropriate image, dude. You still posted it. You still did it. You still did it. How you still did it. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. In the server... To begin with, I know I shouldn't have. I think I didn't think much of it. How did you write this in a panic? You did, didn't you? No. I know that when Hal gets called out for something, he'll write things in a panic, and it doesn't make sense. Hal wrote this in a panic, which means he knew he fucked up. I feel like I'm putting down Old Yeller right now. I really do. This hurts. This hurts a lot. I thought it was okay. I'm not. It still hurts. This still hurts. I just know I shouldn't have, because I figured it was okay because it wasn't showing anything too overly suggestive, aside from the bulge being very suggestive. How you can see the entire outline of the dick and balls. You posted that in front of kids, dude. That is like wearing a trench coat and going to a park and flashing your Speedo. That's not appropriate, dude. You know what that looks like. You know what that looks like. You know better. You know better. Why are you pretending like you don't? You know better. I know you. You fucking know better. Why are you pretending like you don't? Why are you doing this, man? You told me you would literally break up with Junkie if he hurt children. Yeah, you're still covering for him. So disappointed in you. Or even downright very suggestive, or even downright inappropriate. I should have known better. You did know better. How I knew you for 4 years. I know you knew better. Don't pretend like you didn't. I was negligent regardless of whether or not I was active in the server. You were an admin, Hal. You had the power to stop that entire motherfucker if you wanted to. You instead helped Toasty lock the Slimmers NSFW chat. Because Ben the Looney was going to call out the server for the grooming that went on. You helped them cover up evidence. You helped them. Why? I'm okay, hon. I'm okay. You don't need to pet me. I'm alright. I'm alright. Another thing shown to me was Toasty was making me an admin of her server, and I honestly have no idea. Stop fucking lying, John. Stop. Stop, Hal. Stop lying. Please. Please stop. Stop. You made sermons about this. You mocked people in front of me who did that. I remember you mocked Nekokoda. Not Nekokoda. Nekopon. You told me how horrible what Nekopon did. You would beat the fuck out of them if you had the opportunity. How could they do that to kids? How could that happen in servers? You were in Senate literally telling me of these horrible people that would victimize minors in servers. And yet here you were, helping someone cover up that very thing. Of course I'm angry at you. I knew you better than any of these motherfuckers you're friends with now. I know you know better. Oh God, here we go, here we go. Let's keep reading. I am going to give you the admin role. Nor any memory on why I can't remember why. I know I didn't pay attention in there because I was more focused on becoming comfortable being in group chat, so I could never recall the events transpired in there. This is not as bad as when I found out when Junkie covered up that fucking victim that was going to come out about their sexual assault. Like, you should, like, I bawled when I found that out. This is still bad. This is still bad. I know you both knew better. Junkie was in there. Junkie was told one of them was being groomed directly by the grooming victim. And you had the power to stop all that. You were an admin. You had the power, man. You had the power. You had the power to not only expose that shit. You had the power to ban all those motherfuckers, bring in people to could have gone through the logs to help those fucking kids. You freaked out over the Nekopon situation, but here you were aiding in this shit. I'm so fucking disappointed, man. Yes, Hal was in Senate. Hal actually drew a thumbnail for one of Queen Seraphina's videos as well. Like, they drew fan art for Lio and everything. They were actually in Senate on February 28th during that call that literally said Locke is not reliable source. He was talking about commissions directly to Lio. He was in Senate even after this got revealed. This hurts. This hurts so much because I know you're better than that. I knew you. But I guess I really didn't, did I, at the end of the fucking day? Because turned out I didn't. Because you were part of this shit. And then you're shocked of why I'm so angry. Hal, you know I care. You knew I cut off Junkie originally because I thought he abused children in 2018 and only find out that was a lie. I care a lot about children being harmed. I will cut off people in an instant if they harm kids. And you're shocked that I'm upset about this? Motherfucker, the one way to get me to hate you is you hurting kids. I can forgive a lie. Because the reason why I tell you not to lie in a friendship is because it puts everything else into perspective. I've told you this directly and Junkie. But you can't come back from child abuse, man. You can't come back from that. You knew. Junkie knew. Which means you fucking knew too. And not only did you not tell anyone, Junkie outright said he didn't believe that person was actually groomed. Off of no evidence. Didn't even try to look into it. And you were an admin for the server where that child was in. I am so fucking disappointed in you, man. Nor the memory of why I can't remember. Because at some point, I would just stop being active in there after leaving the server. At some point, I had forgotten it entirely. But regardless, I was still negligent. And due to I have failed as a responsible adult and overall person. Hell yeah, you have, man. Fuck yeah, you have. You turned your back on the very fucking beliefs you said you had. For what? Junkie? I'm disappointed in the both of you. It hurt to find out what Junkie... Junkie doing that, considering after everything I found out, honestly, he's two-faced. You? I didn't expect this from you. You go on rants and tangents of how Nekopon was this evil fucking sadistic bitch for grooming children, and how they needed to be arrested. Here you are, fucking not helping in this situation. Fucking admin of a server that groomed kids. Your own boyfriend knew one of them was groomed. Multiple people knew in there their children were fucking groomed. I'm going to show a video where 3 additional people knew kids were groomed in that server in 2020. There's no fucking way you didn't know. Everyone knew. This was an open secret. Everyone fucking knew, apparently. But apparently the admin didn't? Fuck off. I don't believe you. I'm willing to take accountability for my mistakes. Then do so. Give money to the fucking victims. Help them, man. Something. Anything. Instead of just blocking me and denying that you were even talking to Toasty after 2021, after 2020. Which, by the way, I have a screenshot showing that's bullshit, because you want to know why? Because we were in a... Because, did you forget? Junkie invited me to play Among Us with you guys at some point. Did you forget? Because someone sent me a screenshot. We'll get to that. Because I want to talk about that a bit. Because you lied in this fucking thread too. About not talking after 2020. Junkie was still friends with Toasty in 2021. And had them in a group chat. Playing Among Us with me and multiple other people. I didn't know who Toasty was. I didn't know about the FCK at this time. But I was in that group chat. That I was told was filled with Junkie's friends. Junkie was still friends with a guy who he had been told actively had groomed a child. And neither of you two thought to tell me of that, or anyone else in that chat. You were hanging out with him. And... I'll get to that when I get to that. I'm so fucking pissed at you, man. I'm so fucking pissed. And own up to, I'm deeply sorry to those who were affected by all this. I'm sorry I failed you. Regardless, I didn't notice it, and I still should have been more... Shut up, pal. Shut up, pal. You outright knew better. You outright knew better. You outright preached better. You fucking even supposedly helped, quote unquote, in the Nikopon investigation. So you knew how wrong shit like this was. Why? Why? responsibility not only by doing the right thing, but now I've conducted myself. I failed those who hurt, and for that I'm sorry. If there's anything else I'm missing, I will attach to this. I failed to see how this fuck up on your end. Cryptic MILF. If you're an admin of a server and you were told, your own boyfriend was told a kid was groomed, that's a fuck up on your end, because you not only had the power to remove that motherfucker, because you apparently had the privileges to shut down chats when Toasty didn't, because you were an admin. You had the power to do so much more. You could have reported the server. You could have reported it to the FBI. Fucking reported it to the Rain Foundation, which is the Center of Exploited Kids. You could have helped that victim that went to fucking Junkie and actually saved that poor kid. And you left him to fucking dry, man. It's a fuck up on their end because they had the power to change that outcome. You knew better. Oh, yeah, I got the screenshot from here. Hold on. Alright, because I want you to understand how many servers, like just at the time of this alone, that Hal was running. Because this is a screenshot Kai has from Junkie when he was talking to Junkie. It has some of this. No, this is a screenshot from Junkie talking to Kai. My bad. You want to know how many servers Hal had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And those are the ones that aren't deleted around this time. And I'll show you the date too. This was taken on 10/21st, 2021. Around 2020, Hal, I can tell you, was running at least 15 servers. Some of those servers were around in 2020. The one, like, I'm upset because I know Hal. I upset because I know him. I was friends with him for 4 years. That's 7. That's 7 that were active around that time. Hal, I can tell you, from the time I have known him, has owned over 27 servers. He had servers like Devil Days. He had servers, which was his own version of Has Been Hotel. Hal runs a lot of servers. Yeah. He knew better. He knew better, and it's why I'm so sad. Because there's nothing I can... There's nothing I can do that can undo that pain I'm feeling right now. And I called him out on Twitter saying, like, how did you know that Toasty was going by she, her pronouns? Because Toasty was not going by she, her pronouns in 2021. Toasty only started going by she, her in 2020, like when they came back under the Ruby missile launcher. And I called him out on that because I realized in the call from the Junkie stream, you'll hear it, they kept referring to Toasty as a she. Because Toasty is transgender now. Toasty didn't come out as trans until their new identity in 2022. Which means you still would have been in communication, because there's no way you would have known that Toasty was a girl in 2021. Because Toasty didn't make that public in 2021. Toasty didn't have that account in 2021. And I know this because I have the Ruby missile launcher screenshots still in my fucking... I still have them right here. And I can show them right now. Because when they became Ruby missile launcher, it was actually... This is going to make it worse. They became Ruby missile launcher in September of 2023. So the only way you would have had to known that Toasty was a girl was you were still in contact in 2023. No. Didn't Toasty tell Doodle she was trans in the FCK? No. They were femboy back then. They still acknowledged they were a guy back then. They weren't trans. Now they are trans. But back then, they like do femboy stuff. It was a kink thing. If that makes sense. It wasn't them identifying as trans. But there's no way you would know of her current pronouns unless you were still interacting with her. There's no fucking way you wouldn't know. So let's address the follow-ups that I got sent. Because Hal blocked me at this stage. Because I mentioned this. So, here's his follow-ups. Hey, a friend of mine showed me a screenshot from Laka's Twitter claiming I'm still in contact with Toasty. I want to make this clear. The last time I talked to Toasty was in 2020 and one other occasion, 2021, only for commission work. Keep that in mind. Only for commission work. I have a screenshot that's going to disprove that here in a minute. But let's finish the rest of it. Also, if Laka thought I was, why didn't he ask me about it in the call? Because I wasn't aware that you said she about Toasty, because I was more focused on the fact that Junkie knew a child was groomed and ignored it. I was pissed. And I'm fairly certain the call shows that. I was more focused on the fact your fucking boyfriend was fully aware a child was groomed and did nothing about it. And you were an admin in that fucking server. And I was shocked by that. Because that means there's no fucking way you didn't know in multiple ways now. Because if fucking Ben the Looney, one-man band, minty shit, figured out they were grooming in the FCK server, figured that shit out, there's no fucking way you didn't. That's not what Doodle said in her statement. Well, I can go through the FCK. Because I'm fairly certain the statement you're talking about is Toasty misgendered Doodles, thinking that Doodles wasn't actually trans. I think you're confusing it. Because what I remember when Toasty was talking to Doodle Tones was Doodles didn't know that Doodles was a trans woman. I'm fairly certain that's what you're talking about. It wasn't them saying Toasty was trans. It was them Toasty not knowing Doodles was trans. I'm fairly certain that's what you're talking about. Because I remember looking over Doodle's stuff. And Doodles was making fun of Toasty. Like, I passed so well that Toasty didn't know I was trans. I'm fairly certain that's what it was. I mean, I can look it up real fast, but I'm kind of scared too after what happened last time with Mad Libs. The war flashbacks are real. That happened only 2 hours ago. Oh, God. But, okay. He assumed I am because I called Toasty a she. I assumed Toasty was trans femme because of her profiles and how people would call her. Toasty never portrayed themselves as a trans femme until 2023. In Toasty's profiles, Toasty identified as a male, even in their own videos. Like, how? How? No, how? Yeah, because I remember Doodle's chat log, because Doodles had 2 different accounts in the FCK, and I looked over them just to see what Doodle said in the chats. But yeah, Toasty wasn't trans back then. Toasty identified as a male. So for them to say this means you were still in contact, because Toasty never identified as a trans fan until 2023, under her new identity. Again, me and Toasty were never close. I want to leave it at that. Junkie was Junkie was her best friend. What are you talking about? You may have not been close, but Junkie definitely was. And you were invited in a lot of spaces with the two. And I know you still had contact, because I was invited to one of these spaces. And I got sent the screen cap of it in 2021. And we'll get to that in a second. I just want to take accountability and move on. I don't have the screenshot as I don't know her new name. And even then, it was commission work. Ever since then, I never spoke about it again, nor have I tried to reach out. You were still in contact in 2021, despite Junkie knowing they had groomed a kid at this point. Oh my god. Okay, let me show the screenshot I'm talking about, because I have it. I got sent this screenshot, and thank you to who had sent me the screenshot, because I got invited to play a game of Among Us with them. Keep in mind, this is before a lot of, like, this is old. This screenshot is when, like, this is how old it is, when Kai and Omnia were dating, because you'll see in the chat, Kai and Omnia are both in here. This is back when they were dating. Like, this was, like, you can see Fake Host and Dulu are in here. This is back before their fallout. Like, this was a while ago. I got invited in here, and you want to see the name? Who's that in the corner? Who's that? Little Miss Faye is, Hal. Little Miss Faye is Hal. Who's that? It's Toasty Vanilla. See that? No, that. Can they see it? If not, hold on. I'll make sure you guys can see this. Cause yeah, it needs to be shown. 2021 commission work only, huh? Really? Okay, let me pull out the other screenshot because I went through our group chats when you guys invited me. It's from 2021 on January 6th. I know you can't see it. I'm putting it into MS Paint. I'm putting it into MS Paint right now, so that way you guys get a better view. No, we're not doing this today. You are not doing this with me today, Hal. Here it is. And this was my first time playing Among Us. I got invited in here to play Among Us. I was downloading Crew Chat Talk, so that... But right here. Junkie, Toasty, you were still playing. You invited me to play Among Us with Toasty. Didn't inform Omnia, Kai, me, or anyone. This motherfucker at the time had groomed a child. Like, you can see the names in here. Dulu, Fake Host, Keegan, me, Omnia, Fandom Heart, Slimy Limey, Junkie, Toasty, and Faye, aka Hal. And I can confirm the date. I can confirm the date too. Right here. This is from our chat. This is Junkie, deleted user. Ayo, anyone want to jump in Among Us? We need 2 more people. Brain lag is Phantom Heart. Join us. I said, oh sure, hold on. Added a friend of ours. How about you? She's at work. Ah, wait, isn't there a code? We're making a group chat. Okay. This is that group chat. You invited me to a game of Among Us with Toasty Vanilla in 2021. You were playing games with Toasty Vanilla in 2021. I can attest to it because I was playing with you guys. I didn't know who Toasty was. I didn't know about this FCK shit until 2024. You motherfucker. This literally... I remember having a call with you two after this, like, oh yeah, how did you like playing with our friends? Would you like to change your statements again? Or play Among Us. I got invited in there because I was, like, as you saw, I wasn't told who was in there. I was just invited. I didn't know who Toasty Vanilla was. But thank God I was, because now I have a screenshot and now I can verify that Hal was speaking shit. Only talked once in 2021, huh? You were playing Among Us with us. I would have loved to have been informed, Hal, that this person fucking groomed kids. I'm fairly certain Kai and Omnia would have loved to have known as well. Kept us in the fucking dark. also, I didn't even, like, my God. Like, I didn't even directly talk to Kai and Omni on this because I died almost instantly in this because it was my first time playing and I was in the imposter. And Phantom Heart's like, oh, Locke's standing weirdly. Eject him. What? Why? What? And they were right, I was the imposter. But it's like, dude, why did you memorize the map? Like, it's my first time playing. You ruined the fucking fun, man. But it's how I can attest. Hal lied. He was playing Among Us with Toasty Vanilla in 2021. Junkie was still calling Toasty a friend. I had no idea who these people really were. I was just invited in there, as you see by the group chat. And we need 2 more people. I was just invited to play. Like, no. You're not going to lie to me, Hal, and say you only talked once. I can attest. That fucking Among Us thing happened. I didn't get to talk to many people because I fucking died instantly and I had to watch you all have fun. But that's fun. Thanks, Phantom Heart. Thanks for my first experience with Among Us. That was terrible. Thank you. Oh my God. Like, the fact that Junkie knew and didn't you people had contact with Kai, Omnia, and multiple other people that could have talked about the situation and possibly exposed this sooner. Instead, no, what do? You keep that from all of us. And in fact, by the looks of it, you also kept that from Dulu. Because Dulu was in there. I'm fairly certain Dulu would be fucking pissed to know that Toasty was grooming kids. You fucking knew about it and still was playing games with them. Dulu and Fake Host were in there. Which, by the way, thanks for not informing me about Fake Host either. I would have loved to known what that guy did. She's a creep too. Thanks for not telling anyone, jerks. Oh, God damn it. Doop-a-doop-doop-doop-doop. Now, let's get worse. Because remember when I said earlier this was an open secret? I'm not joking. I have a video right here that was posted in 2020. And I'm going to show you this just to verify it as well. Just in case the video ever gets taken down, I can verify what I'm talking about. So hold on, let me go into my little evidence folder. Whee! Evidence. Okay, here it is. Okay. First, I need to close this out. Okay. We're going to talk about Minty Fresh's video, formerly known as Minty Shits. And the video we're going to talk about is Toby Majestic, the shit that just ain't it. Now, why we're going to talk about this video was premiered in September 29th of 2020. Now, I watched this video, and it mentions the FCK. And, you want to listen to this.
I believe she's a minor. I think she's a minor. I'm not sure. Mad Libs is just somebody who likes to be nosy and interject herself into things that do not bother or concern her. I believe she's a minor. I think she's a minor. I'm not sure. Mad Libs is just somebody who likes to be nosy and interject herself into things that do not bother or concern her. I believe she's a minor.
She was not a minor. Mad Libs was an adult too.
I think she's a minor. I'm not sure. Do not quote me on that. But she's somebody who's constantly tagging around that whole fruitcake, like Toby and Fuchsia Butter and ZZ and all of them. She likes to tag around, be included. She likes to jump on things. She really don't have a say in a lot of this stuff. I don't really have too much dirt on her, but that she is in some of these servers where allegedly her friends have been conversing with minors, doing sus things with minors. Fuchsia Butter, on the other hand, has a bit of more of an extensive history. And I wonder how Fuchsia Butter would feel if some of her friends and fans found out that not even a little over 6 months ago, she had her own Discord server, was in a lot of hot water, to the point that her own members had to make a physical video calling her out because she wouldn't take any criticism within the server. Basically, where she's allowing minors to admin her server and deal directly with not suitable for work content, which include lolicon and shotacon, which is something she claims she can't stand with Ben the Looney, and that's why he's a pedophile, and that's why when she made her video promoting her Patreon, trying to get as much money and clout from it as possible, to make sure that she got all her friends to promote it, all of her fans to promote it, only to later delete it when this came out. Why are you going after Ben when you were fine with lolicon and stuff being put into your group, to the point that your fans had to make a full-on video addressing it to you because you wouldn't listen to reason, plus the fact that you actually allowed people to be IP doxxed by a favorite member in the server because for whatever reason he was a big-time favorite of yours, and you just didn't mind it. You have all this time to micromanage what Ben the Looney was doing and be up in there and kiki and haha with Toby and the rest of the gang, but you didn't have time to manage your own server? That's irresponsible, Lou. Fuchsia, that's very irresponsible. So, it does beg the question of, if you're going to make money off of a illegal contraband, what you consider, why are you not holding the same energy for your minor admins on Discord? I don't know. So y'all been friends for a pretty long time. I just don't know. And I don't know why Toby never called it out. She didn't at Fuchsia Butter and say, Fuchsia Butter is a pedophile. Because maybe that was her friend, and it's okay if it's her friend, and she can kind of silence it up. But you didn't count on your friends keeping that link. Well, it's unlisted, still keeping that link. I don't know. It's pretty complicated. Also, both Toby and a few of her other friends were in a server that Slimzers, ironically enough, was a part of as well. Toasty has since told me it's not his server, even though the name is of him. It's like a joke thing or whatever. But I was invited to this server, and I was automatically put off. I didn't really post in there because I found that there were minors in this server, as you see in the picture, where these minors were calling themselves underage pimps. They were making jokes, they were drawing lewds of what quote-unquote would be kid characters, or very similar to what kid characters would look like. And mind you, based on the logic, this was not posted not too long ago. These were posted like within the same year. And I'm just like, what is going on? They're out here wilding with minors, and Toby was in this group for a while, but then she left. I don't know why she left. Maybe she had a change of heart, or maybe she was just too rowdy and dysfunctional for the group. I'll never know. But she was in this group, and she was allowing this to go on. Like, and one of the minors, I actually physically knew, the one who called herself the underage pimp, she has made it known that she is a minor. To most people that she meets, she makes it known. And Toasty even admitted to me that he knew she was 17. So I don't understand why Toby would be fine with this if she's not fine with Ben the Looney drawing whatever he wants. Very, very strange to me. Now, I just hate that I have to even make this video. And I really just wish Toby would apologize and just...
This was a public thing. And in fact, as you saw, that wasn't even the FCK server. They showed in that from the one that Minty joined. That was a different server where Toasty was doing the exact same thing to Slimmers again. The FCK is just one server that survived. They had multiple servers grooming these minors. This was public knowledge. And no one took it seriously. This was public fucking knowledge. Public. It's bad. It's so fucking bad. It gets worse. It gets worse because Trent, in his section of the video, even says he saw grooming. He thinks he knows grooming was going on in that server. He was in the FCK server, and unfortunately, he's contributed some unsavory things in that server as well. Yeah. This was public knowledge. Everyone was so hyper-focused on fucking Toby that they just completely ignored there were multiple kids getting groomed. Completely ignored. I remember this from the Cecil McFly video. Well, Cecil McFly better make a part 2 because this shit's directly connected to it, unfortunately. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. They're, Fuchsia Butters had people, apparently someone was groomed in Fuchsia Butters' server. I found a YouTube comment mentioning it. I'll try to pull it up if I still have it. But Fuchsia Butters' server got called out for a lot of horrible stuff. We'll address that when, when we talk to her. But, yeah. This shit was public knowledge. Kids were being groomed. People were aware of it. This was put in a video in September 29th of 2020. Akumu wasn't the only one who was ringing the alarm bell. And no one took it seriously. I'm pissed. I'm very fucking pissed. So yeah, go check out that video. It's on Minty Fresh. Go check it out. Go watch it. Go watch the full thing. Because the real reason why they hate Ben the Looney, because Ben the Looney drew OKKO porn in the server, which you think after everything in that server, that would be fine, but apparently not. And Ben, in retaliation, was going to expose the server for the Slimmers NSFW chat that was in there, which is why Toasty asked Hal to shut it down, because this leads us to Nezzy Monster. The next person in this situation, because in the VC chat, they mentioned Ben the Looney was going to come out about this information, so Nezzy went to Toasty to ask them to shut down the NSFW chat, Slimmers chat. So, let's get on to Nezzy. So I tried to get an interview with them to try to talk to them about the situation. They had me blocked as a result of this because they said I'm a quote-unquote unreliable source. So let's read their messages and let's talk about Nezzy Monster. Nezzy Monster was also in the FCK. As you saw, there were the porn that they asked not to scroll up was the thing that I had to take the last stream down for. Like, the porn was there day one. Nezzy set foot in the FCK server. I showed that in the last stream unintentionally, but I showed it. Sorry. Forgive me. But I reached out and I went, hey, I am reaching out to ask about the FCK incident. If you need more time, I understand. I didn't reach out earlier due to your attempt and didn't want to cause another. This is the reason why, like, you know, I'm trying to be gentle with Fuchsia right now because she's in that position. It's why I asked the question, like, should I talk about it? Consider she's more stable now, but like, should I? And people answered, yeah, don't talk about it right now. But I didn't reach out earlier due to your attempt and didn't want to cause another, but the victims mentioned you did try at some points to help them, and I do want to hear what happened. I want to know what happened, so if you're okay, feel free to talk to me and respond back. If not, you don't have to. And this is because one of the victims mentioned that there was a chat log that's in Doodle's video, and we are going to talk about it. I got this, I got Doodle's videos pulled up and some of the screens in MS Paint, and we are going to talk about them because they are unfortunate to say the least, but at the time, one of the victims said, like, well, they did try to help me, so reach out, try to get their side. There may be more we don't know. And I'm like, well, okay, I'll reach out and I'll ask. So I did. And then Nezzy's like, I called out Toasty on numerous times for her porn problem. I'm the reason Slimmers lost their NSFW chat. Now, why this is a problem is because that's not entirely the truth, and we will discuss it when we get to it. And he sends, Nezzy wants you to remove hashtag unknown. It shall be done. Granted. Sorry, fellas. Sorry, guys. No more porn. I made mistakes. I made jokes around people I shouldn't have. And if I made anyone uncomfortable, I'm incredibly sorry. The thing is, Nezzy's not being fully truthful here. It wasn't jokes. Nezzy sent NSFW memes as well. They were of a spaghettified lolicon hentai that had full, like, you could see the nipples and everything else. It has to be censored. And that's not the only thing they've sent, but I'm not going to show it because I don't want to risk what happened in the last stream. Oh God, I have learned my lesson. I have learned the lesson. Please, mighty Lord, forgive me. But Nezzy contributed negatively to the server as well and the culture in it. And I will state that up front. If I made anyone uncomfortable, I'm incredibly sorry. My intention does not matter. If someone was hurt by me, please let them know I'm here if they need anything. Now, that's the thing. That's the thing. The victims shouldn't have to reach out to you. And I think that's a terrible idea, considering what you were a part of. Either you should go through an intermediary like me, or you should have it in an environment where there's witnesses and they feel safe. Because considering this is a grooming incident and people are aware, like, I do think it's dangerous just to have a one-on-one discussion, considering that you were way more involved than Ellie. Like, way more involved. And speaking of involved, I think I should show the amount of messages Nezzy sent herself just to get you the understanding of his activity in there, because I do think that is important. Hold on. Let's see, where is Nezzy's? That's Doodles. That's Toasties. That's Toasty. There's Nezzy. Nezzy in the chat room sent over 500 messages. So we're gonna... Mosquito bit you?
I just felt something land on my arm and I panicked.
As long as you're okay, buddy.
Might have just been a strand of hair for all I know.
Okay. Okay, so let me get the screenshot ready. So here we go. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. And Nezzy knew the ages as well, because not only did they do a video on Slimmers, they also wished Slimmers a happy birthday in the server. And you'll see it in this message. Right here. Happy birthday, Slimmers. Nezzy has over 507 messages in the FCK. The God. But, yeah. Nezzy contributed quite a bit to the FCK as well. Over 500 messages. So, we're gonna have to talk about them a little bit, because it is important. It wasn't just jokes. Nezzy did send some inappropriate stuff in the chat as well. But I did want to give them a shot to be able to explain themselves, and also talk about the incident with the victim that they wanted me, like the victim told me to ask about. Because I'm not here to fucking gut you guys like a fish. I want to give you all a chance to explain what happened. But Nezzy blocked me in this situation when I asked what happened. So it's hard to get clarification and ask for your guys' side of the stories if you prevent contact. I'm just saying, because like Doodle Tones mentioned in their videos, like no one's willing to hear our side of the story. Well, I talked to you and I heard your side of the story. And it was very confusing. And you even had to apologize in your video because of how confusing it was to me. because you had no idea of the timeline, despite just the day prior you made a statement talking about your timeline before the call, because the statement you made was on April 3rd and our call was April 4th, which confuses me more, but we'll talk about doodles when we get to doodles. I made mistakes, I made jokes, blah blah blah. There's more people don't know about it because I spoke directly to Toasty. I had forgotten all about it because I was convinced I was guilty and enabled or even made things even worse. So you did something wrong. And you stayed silent because you knew you would get in trouble. Nezzy, are you fucking serious? I knew I'd get in trouble for it. Nezzy, that's not a good reason to suppress evidence, especially involving children being harmed. Nezzy, no, boy, no, bro, what, why? God, it keeps getting worse. I was lied to and lied about, and I found out via Teddy with that screenshot recovering my DMs with Toasty. You still contributed to that, boy. Like, I saw your messages in there. Nezzy, you still contributed in there. Like, yes, you could. Defending Teddy was good, but the other stuff, like, that's still a problem. Teddy, oh God, Nezzy. I'm sorry you have to relive this experience, but is there any more details you can remember at all? Because I want to understand. I don't want to just throw you in the bad bin. I want to understand. But you're making admissions that aren't helping you. Please, God, why are you doing this? You're twisting my balls, bro. No, this is a good thing. This is coming out, and it's been a relief in a lot of ways. Nezzy, you should have been the one to come out about this if you really... Like, if you called out Toasty, why didn't you do this publicly? Like, it's a relief. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you tell Ponder then? Like, you're friends with her. Like, you could have asked her what to do and shit. Like, it's the same thing I asked Doodle Tones. Why did you ask Ponder then if you didn't know what to do? Because she has so much experience and stuff like this. But why stay silent? Oh, I know why for you, because you just admitted because you knew it made you look guilty too. You believe you were guilty too, which, yeah, you are to an extent. But that's not a good reason to hide it. Oh no, Nezzy, no. Nezzy, no. It sucks to confront some of the shitty things I did, but we're working on it. Nezzy, I'm just gonna be honest. Don't make Lio and Doodles make a video. Just make your own video. Show the screenshots of what happened. Be genuine, honest. Show what you did, and own up to it. Don't play this game. I can see you're gonna try to play like I did try to help, but that still doesn't erase the bad you did in that situation either. Including it doesn't, like, it, because we're gonna have to talk about that chat log, and there's a reason why I say it causes a lot more problems, because it actually incriminates them more. And it shows their intent wasn't fully to help the victims. And in fact, from researching into it, it was more so covering up for what Ben the Looney was about to do. And I hate saying that, but the evidence matches up with that timeline. So, we'll talk about it when we get to it. But as you see, I'm giving Nezzy a fair shot. I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm not saying he's a pedophile. I'm literally going, hey, can you tell me what's going on? Like, I'm opening the door for him to tell me exactly what's going on. And it's not good. I can't think of much than the crass memes and an inappropriate joke I made to Mimi. You posted porn memes in chat, Nezzy. To minors, Nezzy. It's more than crass. Crass memes like a fart joke. No, bro, you posted porn in general. What the fuck? There were also multiple instances of me calling out Toasty in DMs for their porn problems. I think that's it. And I asked, like, hey, do you have the DM still? And I do need to ask, was there any other action done after this event? No, because I cut Toasty off and left the server. So, like, you just left it at that, which is also a problem. Like, well, cool, you got them to shut down the NSFW server, but you didn't stop them from being inappropriate around minors. You didn't stop the, like, oh my god, I'm trying to be charitable. I'm trying. It's hard when the evidence suggests otherwise, and I'll show in a bit what I mean, because the chat logs, from how I was described them and how they actually are two different entities, and it's not good. I meant personal DMs, because I'm making sure there isn't more that could prove your statements missing from the situation. Like I said, we're looking into it. Nezzy, I'm asking for evidence of your claim. You can't just say we're looking into it. Like, how do you know that that it's not even any worse than what you think it is if you're still looking into it? Like, Nez, no. Nez, no. Okay, so... Alright then, is there anything else you want to say before you depart? Like, how aware were you of this situation? Like, why was the solution to leave the server? And then they said, because there's a few lingering questions the other victims have they wanted to ask. And then Nezzy's like, then they may ask me, as I don't find you a reliable source, goodbye, and then they block me. Keep in mind, I'm the one that's speaking for a few of the victims because they're not in a good mental state, as they have self-harmed and are suicidal. Like, this is the problem I have, because Nezzy, I'm communicating for the ones that are a little too unstable to talk to you. And also, if you're innocent, why would you not want me to see the evidence of that? And I'm about to show you why. Because Doodle showed the chat log in their video. And we're going to talk about this, because it's actually really bad. So, since I'm not a reliable source, from their perspective, I waited and I let Doodles talk, because Doodles is their source. So I let Doodles say what they needed to say about the situation. And I try to be charitable. I tried, but we're going to read the evidence. And it's not good. So we're going to read Nezzy and Toasty's chat logs, and I'm going to provide context that's been left out in Doodle's video, because I looked into this and the context was not to help the FCK victims. And I'm going to explain why, but let's read the chat logs so you can kind of see exactly what was said, because this is important for context. Toasty, you need to remove the Slimmers NSFW chat. I'm not in charge of that. You'll have to ask the admin. The admin is Hal. You're friends with the admin. I wouldn't really call him and me friends, but sure, I'll ask him. Just a warning, you guys, that this could become an issue. Just a warning, you guys, that this could become an issue. Not that it already was. Keep that in the back of your mind, because keep in mind, if this was Nezzy trying to defend the FCK victims, why would they say it could become an issue? Because this is 2020. At this point, there has been porn sent to Slimmers and multiple other minors, also in their DMs and everything else. And them having inappropriate conversations with minors. So keep that comment in mind, because it's going to get worse. So, number 2. Hello. And, you know, they shut down the chat. And this... Now, I forgot, like, they talked... Like, when was this message? When was this? This was... Doodles has him out of order. Damn it, Doodle. Okay. So the message I just read you was from August 1st of 2020, which, if you don't know, is over an entire year since the FCK's creation. And the thing is, that date is significant because that was 4 days after Ben the Looney threatened to expose the FCK server. And this is known because in the FC chat, one of the victims actually noted that Ben the Looney had screenshots of the Slimmers NSFW chat and all that, and was going to talk about it. And because this was in retaliation for another thing that another thing that you think you're going to find ironic. So, we're going to look at some of the messages. Hold on. Keep in mind... No, that's not it. That's not it either. Why are you in here? Be gone! Okay, because... The thing is, they were rallying against Ben in the server for being a child predator. So much so that... hold on. Where is it? I found it. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me paste the screenshot. There's nothing inappropriate in this, but I need to show this. Okay, so remember the date when they closed the FCK stuff was the Slimmers NSFW chat was August, what was it? August 6th. They were trying to say that this is the irony of this. On July 30th of 2020, Toasty had added everyone to report Ben the Looney for child exploitation. And encouraged everyone in the FCK server to report them. This was on July 30th of 2020. Like, I found that funny, but yeah, I'm not on anyone's side. Thoom is correct. I'm not on anyone's side in the FCK situation. I'm on the side of the victims, and I'm just trying to portray their rage. I'm trying to be open and honest as possible. It's why I'm trying to be... I'm listening and hearing both sides out, because I do want the victims getting help. That means I have to be open to other perspectives, and I have been. And I'm trying to be. This is why I try to interview Nezzy, because one of the victims asked me to do so. And they refused. And as you can tell, this FCK stuff, there's a lot going on. It literally is surrounded from Ben the Looney. Because, oh god, there's so much to go over. Fucking hell. But literally a day after Toasty had posted that, you notice it's July 30th. August 1st is when Nezzy suggests to remove the Ben the Looney, remove the Slimmers NSFW chat. This was not that long after Ben threatened to talk about that chat log, which is how like Trent and Minty shit, currently known as Minty Fresh. That's the context of why they're talking about it. Was because of Ben the Looney. It was because of that event. I had an interview with Nezzy. They did seem genuinely remorseful with their inaction. I understand that, but they still need to address a few things. There's still problems here. Like the fact that nothing. Here's the thing: people were trying to talk about the FCK for 4 years. This incident was talked about on Minty Shit's channel. You saw it earlier. Yeah, the charity, the FCK charity did help, and I'm glad it helped. And that one needs to be done. That's why I'm talking about this event, because there are real kids hurt in this situation. There are still 2 minors in this situation, because one is 16 and the other 17 still. We're only not naming them because I don't want them to get hurt, because they could still be re-victimized due to their age. And I don't want to risk that. That's why I haven't mentioned their ages. That's why I haven't told anyone exactly anything about them. I've been vague for a reason, because they can still be re-victimized. But there's a lot of problems within this situation, and we're going to read the rest of the chat log. I don't know why Doodles put it out of order. I say. But we're gonna read it. Hello, Toasty. No NSFW in my Discord chat. Oh, my bad. Good morning, by the way. Morning. Could you please remove them from memes, please? I already did, one step ahead of you. Thank you. I shall not take away Stardew Valley privileges. This interaction has nothing to do with the FCK server. In fact, I think that's more telling, because they were able to tell Toasty directly at this point in time, hey, don't post NSFW in here. This is bad. This has nothing to do with the FCK, but it shows he can speak up about these issues. Like that's issue 1. But here's another one. Now this is another one that's out of order, because Doodles put him out of order. Doodles, why you do this to me? Why? But this is from August 17th. We need to talk. You can't keep running away when you feel like you're losing an argument. Please, we need to talk seriously about some of the shit you've been doing, because it's straight up you can straight up get arrested. I'm tired of you constantly being selfish and switching sides when it's convenient for you. I'm tired of you brushing aside how people feel because you can't control it. Bullshit. You just choose not to. You ignore everything everyone says and then only notice once they leave. I'm tired of it. You're so inconsiderate of everyone else's feelings, and then when it blows up in your face, you do this shit or play victim. This seriously needs to stop, or I don't know if we can keep continuing being friends. You seriously hurt me and others because of this. Every time you apologize, you just do it again. You keep getting into drama and expecting us to help you. Then you don't listen to what we say, and then keep expecting us to help you. I'm tired. I don't know what you expect me to do anymore. Okay, let's talk about this. You're going to need to be more specific. You don't listen to any of us when we tell you to stop. Stop sending porn. Stop liking porn on your main. Stop talking about certain things because it makes people uncomfortable. Stop means fucking stop. Stop throwing yourself in debates on Twitter between friends when it's coming to is for something when it backfires. Stop using the excuses for when you call out. Stop deleting everything when you get called out and just leaving everybody. The porn shit needs to stop because some of your shit doing is straight up illegal. Now, when they say straight up illegal, like, they are aware that this is a problem. They are aware that this content is straight up illegal. What they are doing is wrong. But they've never called Toasty out publicly is one of the issues I have. Well, I called them out in private. Yes, private. But if it's gotten to the point where they're doing actual illegal acts to people, talking in private's not the solution anymore. Something should have been done there. Especially since from what we've seen, you've made note of it before to them. Stop sending porn in my chat rooms, and they still do it. You've already given them that chance. It's time to burn the bridge. You need to call them out, which I know Nezzy doesn't have a problem with doing, because 7 days after this conversation, Nezzy actually called out someone for sexual harassment around this time. Like, they actually did. So it's some... This chat just... It's not good. It's not good because it means you were aware of how deep and bad the problem is. I get you're remorseful, but the fact nothing was done beyond just a talk, no public outcry, no warning people of what Toasty was doing, no trying to get the victims out of the FCK, no warning children, nothing, just this, it's a problem. It's still a problem. And then Toasty's like, you know what? You're completely right. Honestly, I should have cut myself off of Toad and Discord a long time ago. It's been toxic for me. I just don't want bad blood where I left. Honestly, I don't want to run from any issues, but just trying to give myself breathing room in Bolt. That's fucking cringe, girl. But I think it's best if I leave for a good period of time to focus on my real life shit. I understand this is stressful for you, and I understand my actions have been stupid and hurtful. I also understand you don't want to be my friend anymore. I'm fine with that. I also understand when it comes to whole being insensitive to your feelings, you also kind of done that to me, where I've told you directly how you've done something that made me feel like shit, and you brushed it off, called me a pussy bitch for being uncomfortable with a joke, but that's a separate conversation. Explain. By the way, this isn't just about being insensitive. I'm trying to help you because you're sexually harassing people. Why this hasn't been addressed for 4 years is a major problem because of this statement right here. Nezzy knew sexual harassment was going on. And this was the most they did, and that is a problem. I asked Nezzy about them calling out Toasty after Ben threatened to expose the FCK, and Nezzy responded by saying it's because they only then realized the severity of Toasty's actions. Thuman, I'm going to be so fucking for real with you. That makes this even worse. That statement just made everything worse. Nezzy told me they had forgotten many things that happened in the server and had a hard time remembering details due to their health. But the thing is, they were friends with a lot of people also in the server, like Doodle and stuff, that did remember. That Doodles and remembered enough that in a call with Akumu was able to state clearly that was the culture that Toasty created. If she had a problem with it, why didn't she ask the other people to join with her to call out Toasty? Sorry, him. My bad. I know he goes by any pronouns, but Doodle's corrected me in our call saying he prefers he, so I do apologize. But Thuman, I'm going to be real with you. That statement just shows me that this wasn't done for the FCK victims. That was done to cover their butt. Because you only realized it was bad when Ben threatened to call you out. That's not a sign that they realized that the children being affected were being hurt. That's a sign that they knew what they knew they were going to get caught, and they wanted to cover it up before it happened. I'm trying to be charitable to Nezzy, but that context, that just sunk the whole ship. I'm sorry. I paraphrased, they didn't remember, and if they did, they probably did because they realized how bad the server was. I don't want to misinterpret what they said. Well, please feel free to give me the transcript of that, because like if that is what was actually said, Nezzy's in huge trouble. Because that means Nezzy genuinely only said something because Ben was about to say something, which would confirm the timeline of what I saw in the FCK room. So please confirm that, because if that is the case, there needs to be a serious sit down with. We need to have a serious sit down with Nezzy. We need to have a serious one because that's really bad. That's insanely bad. Because in combination with them saying they knew the sexual harassment and stuff, that makes it worse. And I don't want you to get ruined like V Omega because I care about you and I don't want you going that same road. For context, V Omega is someone that groomed kids. Which is already too late for that because Toasty was grooming people in the FCK server around and before this time. Like... the fact you're even aware that this could ruin them like V Omega Nezzy is even more upsetting because that means you're aware of how severe this is and how it's going. And you still didn't do anything. I'm trying to be Nezzy, the chat log, what it reads as it is not good. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Oh no. I appreciate you're looking out for me, but this sexual harassment is pretty out of left field. Sending porn without permission, getting porn made of a friend when they said to stop is sexual harassment is technically an unsolicited picture. So the sexual harassment they're talking about in this is Mad Libs having feud of porn made of them. It's not about the minors in the FCK server getting porn. That's even worse. That's not good. They only mention that form of sexual harassment. No. Teddy was being sexually harassed around this time by Toasty. Even asked Toasty to stop. That's Oh, they do mention Teddy. Which is worse because that means you were aware that there was porn being sent to a minor. And you told Toasty, which gave him an opportunity to delete the evidence and run. I'm trying to look at it from all possible angles right now, and multitude of them are really bad. There's one that is telling this person to hide the evidence because that's their perspective of what it looks like, is hide the evidence because it makes us look bad. Because this is not... It only became a problem when it infected them. That's what I'm noticing. Which it gets even worse because they were willing to report Ben the Looney for soliciting minors, as you saw in that screenshot. But Toasty gets an opportunity to hide the evidence. Gets, like, the Slimmers NSFW chat, it gets locked down so any inappropriate combos, no one can see them anymore. You don't want Toasty going down the road of V Omega, but you're giving them the chance to hide the bad things they've done. If you want them to change, don't hide it. Embrace it. Own that shit. Don't try to play it as something else. Because this is not good. Like, I'll keep reading, but this doesn't get better. Who? Mad Libs and Teddy. I don't know why they censored Mad Libs. That's fucking stupid. Because Mad Libs made a thread saying this shit directly. So that's dumb. In particular, and every group chat we've been in together. Are you talking about the feud thing January with Mad Libs? Yes. Good. Yeah, please go double check that, Thuman. Because if that's the case, like, I do want to have a serious sit down with Nezzy, if that's the case. If it's not the case, then I'll redact that. But please verify. Please, please, please. I don't want that to be the fucking case. That is awful. That is horrifying. Genuinely. Okay, so let's take out some of these. Let's get to the spot I was. This is getting worse. This is getting so much worse. Here we go. Yes, that wasn't cool, Toasty. Not to mention there was a period of time where you kept sending Sandy cock-vor thing. I thought it was a joke until she bonked me in the head to stop. And I did stop, and I apologized to her about it, and she said it was fine, and I stopped and I didn't share anything. The Teddy thing. So, here's the thing. The Sandy cock-vor image is also in the FCK. So, no, Toasty didn't stop. She posted that shit in there too. Like, no. They only stopped towards Mad Libs. Oh no, that's not good. The Teddy thing, me and her genuinely are okay with sending NSFW to each other, and yeah, not gonna lie, was kind of stupid. Oh yeah, I wonder why it's kind of stupid. It's almost like Teddy's a minor or something, Toasty. I wonder why that's dumb. I wonder why that's very fucking dumb. Oh god, it's getting worse. Which led to Mavi blocking you for a period of time. Remember when I said earlier Ellie Momelli knew more about the FCK? This is what I meant. Well, knew more about the situation. This is what I meant. Mavi, Micro Mavi, is the former username of Ellie Momelli. So, Ellie Momelli was aware of these events. They were aware of Toasty sending Fudacock porn in people's servers and sexually harassing them. And they were also aware that Teddy the minor and Toasty have been sent, like, Toasty was sending them fucking pornography. By Nezzy's own admission. And it's why Ellie blocked them. Which is great. But that means you knew about the problem and didn't do anything about it either, Ellie. You say you were only in there and there and you had no deeper knowledge. Well, Nezzy's own chat log shows you did have deeper knowledge of that, and you blocked Toasty for that reason. So there's another problem, and that's an inconsistency with your story, and that is not a good thing. Because when I talked to you, you said it was only in there for a day, you had no deeper involvement, but from here, it shows you did. You did have a deeper involvement because you were aware of at least these incidents. You were aware of this going on. That's a problem. Yeah, it does. It does show that Nezzy knew more than he's letting on. It does. I'm trying to be charitable. I'm trying because I'm doing this for the benefit of the victims. I'm trying to give charitability because one of them is friends with Nezzy and says like they are trying to do better, but a lot of these issues haven't been addressed, and I'm looking at them going, you know, you should. These are problems that need to be addressed now, not later. Not working on it now. These are serious. These are really bad. You were aware that this person was sexually harassing people and did nothing about it for 4 years. Calling them out in a chat log when they were harassing multitude of your friends is not enough. You didn't ban them from servers. You didn't make call-out posts. Despite the fact you did this to someone else who did far less. And far less possibly illegal shit. Because Nezzy even notes what they're doing is possibly illegal. I'm trying to be nice. I really am. But the evidence and the narrative are not matching up. They're not. And I do apologize if that causes discomfort, but it's not matching up. You still kept the fucking picture and mentioned it when we were in group calls. Toasty, that is weird. You even asked if you could send it to certain people. Then the first question I get when entering the FCK is my breast size. Was it? Yes. While I appreciate you stop asking that's weird to ask in the first place, or a picture of my thighs like you did Xena, especially when we had barely known each other. I think the thigh thing was started by Mimi, but if someone was uncomfortable by it, I don't think Xena was weirded out by it. That's Miss ZZ. Miss ZZ is 23. Like, she was asking minors for thigh pics. I saw that. Mimi wasn't the one that started that. It was Miss ZZ. And Mimi was a child. Toasty, what the fuck? The fact that you still have the picture Mad Libs told you to not get people to make in the first place. I actually don't. I don't have a memory of deleting it, but I know I haven't had it in a long ass time. Next screen. Then tell her that. Yeah. Toasty's lying about Mimi. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh my god. I don't think she cared. Toasty. She did tell me she didn't care if I kept it. Having an unsolicited porn made of your friend is weird. The fact she told you to stop and you kept it anyway. She didn't want it made in the first place and you disregarded that. This is more so fighting over Mad Libs than it is about Teddy. That's the part that's upsetting me, because this is being used as they try to defend the people in the FCK, but this isn't about the FCK. This is about just Toasty sending porn in these servers to Mad Libs and Nezzy. Like, it mentions Teddy briefly, but it doesn't, like, it doesn't mention anyone else. It didn't mention the inappropriate actions towards Slummers that, like, freaking Nezzy knew the birthday of. They knew they were a minor. There's no mention of the inappropriate comments and stuff towards Slummers. Like, bro, I am trying right now. I am trying. It is hard. It is so hard. I am trying to be charitable. Yeah, you did. She kept it? Oh, that's not good. So in the chat, apparently, some of the people involved in this didn't even know that Toasty kept these images. So, Nezzy, why didn't you tell the other people about that? Because some of the people that are involved in this are saying, what? Wait, Toasty kept that? Yeah, they did. Nezzy, why weren't they informed on that? Like, you're saying you're speaking for, like, the people affected. How come they don't know of that information if you are? Nezzy. What? Nezzy, why do you know of that and they don't? Like, shouldn't you tell the people that have the unsolicited pictures made of them that the pictures are still around? Hello? That's a little concerning. This is getting worse. I don't know how this makes Nezzy look good. This is bad. I'm trying to be nice. This is bad. This is really bad. Oh no. Oh no, Nezzy, what are you doing, dude? She told you to stop. You kept it anyway. She didn't want it made in the first place and you disregarded that. I stopped when she said. I do remember asking me if she wanted to delete the only copy, and she said she didn't care as long as I didn't share it, and I didn't disregard it. I thought she was okay until she told me directly she wasn't. Sending porn without permission is wrong. What you did to Mad Libs was wrong. Yeah, then you asked if you could send it to Miss ZZ. Then you brought it up in calls. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. I agree with that. That is an apt statement. I agree with Nezzy. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. You're right. So why were you sending unsolicited porn pictures in the FCK then, Nezzy? That's a question I need to ask then. If you truly believe that, why did you do that yourself? I'm trying. I am trying to be charitable. I'm trying. But the evidence, the claims, and the narrative don't match. And we gotta read this. This is telling me a lot more than you realize. I could see why Nezzy didn't want to give me the chat logs, because if you read them as is, without any, biases or anything like that. Like, I have no biases towards Doodle or Nezzy or any of these people. If you read it as a regular Joe Schmo, no, there's no spin that can possibly make this look good. This is bad. This is really bad. This is gonna get worse, so... Well, if she didn't like it, then why didn't she say anything? Why does she bring it up now when the topic has been dead for months, especially when she told me she wasn't bothered by it anymore? Well, let's go to the next one. One, because she thought you still had it. So just because, and two, just because she didn't say no, what makes you think you did was okay? I was teasing her. I would expect her to say, hey, don't tease me like that. She's bothered by it. I didn't think teasing her about it would do any harm. Like, they're still talking about Mad Libs, which I find interesting because Mad Libs literally, I literally had to remove the last stream because they unsolicited send porn of Tony the Tiger and Chester Cheetah rubbing dicks together. So I find this weird double standard going on kind of weird. Like, it's okay for you guys to send porn unsolicited in the FCK, but when Toasty does it to you, now it's a problem? Like, it should have been a problem from the get-go, sweetheart. Like, it should have been a problem from the get-go. Like, this is not good. This is not good. This is making the entire situation look even worse. I didn't even think that was possible. I hope this isn't triggering them. Oh, no. Teasing or not, you were involved in the porn made of her. She told you to stop and you only accepted the picture. Not only you accepted the picture, you kept it, you need to talk to her because I didn't think there would be anything wrong with that, especially after she said it was fine for me to accept as long as I didn't share it. I'm willing to. It should not have happened to begin with. That can be seen as pressuring. So you're aware that this kind of stuff can be seen as pressuring. This is making the FCK situation look so much worse. You have no idea. Oh my god. This is getting worse. This is getting worse. I don't think people... Please take breaths. Yeah. This is not good. I guess it happened a long time ago. At the time I didn't realize. Stupid. There's no new liaison. I can learn from that. Oh, no new... You mean lesson? Is that, I don't understand English super good. I assume that's lesson, I think. If she still is hurt about it, I like to make sure she can at least heal from it. Is there anything you want to bring up? Other than that, no. Other than that, no. I have to pause for a moment. I had to pause for a moment. So, Nezzy, you saw them sending porn to multiple children. It only became a problem because it started affecting Mad Libs because they started soliciting porn, like making porn of Mad Libs in their server, and then you just used Teddy as an example of them sending unsolicited porn. Not the fact that Teddy and Toasty had very inappropriate chats and all this kind of stuff. Not the fact that they were drawing porn of these minors. It was only when Toasty was sending these images. That is not the narrative that has been pushed. And that's upsetting. That is upsetting. That makes this so much worse. This getting worse. So that's the truth of the matter. Oh god, I don't know how I'm gonna tell that victim this. Oh no. Well, good thing they're out of the situation. They don't need to know about this for now. They need to heal and recover, but this wasn't done for their benefit. This was done for Mad Lib's benefit more than anything. And it's very obvious by this that it was, and it wasn't about Teddy. This is not good. You were talking about V and V Omega and how he got trouble for similar stuff. I don't think you're a bad person, but sending porn without permission and sending it until the person is okay with it can be seen as grooming-esque behavior. We're done. We're done. No. No. You think these messages make Nezzy look better? No. Even Nezzy was aware this makes them look like a groomer. This looks like grooming. This can look like grooming-esque behaviors. They knew. They knew what this fucking could look like. The victims really did give you a lot of charitability because they made it seem like you're defending it. I have read the messages and you're not really defending them. You're defending Mad Libs from being sent the food of porn, which was happening in the FCK server to a multitude of these victims on a fucking daily basis. It's just like Mad Libs. It only became a problem when it affected you. You didn't care when it affected these kids. And it's very obvious because you wouldn't just be mentioning Teddy if that was the case. You would have mentioned the other victims. And in fact, the fact that you didn't even correct Toasty on the... Like, Toasty literally lied about Mimi in this, one of the victims. Saying, like, oh, they started the thigh thing. No, they didn't. Miss Zizi literally was telling them to send them 5 pictures. Miss Zizi even admitted in their thing they engaged in sexually inappropriate behaviors with that person. With that child. In the last stream that I showed. No. This makes things worse. This does not absolve Nezzy. This makes things so much worse. Because they are aware of how bad this looks. This makes it worse. V Omega got in trouble for sending porn to minors despite the fact they weren't uncomfortable with it. So you are aware of what that is. So you're aware that's also going on, too. That you felt it was comparable enough to mention to Toasty. Nezzy, I have been very charitable to you, but this is a no for me, dog. This is a no. This is a no. You knew. You fucking knew, too. You fucking knew, too. No. That... You knew. You knew, too. I None of these messages absolve Nezzy. And I think I'm going to stop there with Nezzy's. Because I'm just horrified. Those were the messages supposed to absolve Nezzy. That just incriminated him so much more. He knew what it looked like grooming-esque behaviors. He even compared the situation to V Omega grooming kids and they weren't uncomfortable with it. Like... I'm trying to be understanding. I am trying. But there is no good reasoning for this. You have no reason to have not called out Toasty for that. If it got to the point it looks like grooming-esque behaviors, there's no reason you didn't call them out. People are saying nuance, Noodles mentions like nuance. That nuance is not talked about. That they are literally talking about V Omega in that chat, which is a groomer, and mentioning that this could look like grooming-esque behaviors. That is nuance in that. That Ellie Momelli knew more than they told us. That Nezzy has clearly known more than they told us. They only did that chat log not to defend Teddy's honor, but mainly to talk about what happened to Mad Libs. That is what that chat log reads. And even the timeline shows this only started after issues with Ben started propping up. That Ben was going to expose the FCK for this shit. Out of all people, Ben the fucking loony, who I need to talk about and call out a bit because they've done something not so great with the FCK victims either. I'm trying. I'm trying to be nice here. I'm so... If this was supposed to exonerate Nezzy, Doodles, Lio, don't be lawyers. You would have gotten them convicted in a second. Because that was an omission. More than you realize. That was awful. That was bad. That was really bad. That chat log, just from me reading it, that wasn't to defend the FCK victims. That wasn't to defend Teddy. That was talking about the harassment that Mad Libs was going through. Even I can see that. I don't know why you censored out Mad Lib's name. That's fucking dumb. Don't alter screenshots. Please, for the love of God, if you're trying to talk about, we're talking about legitimacy of a situation. Don't edit screenshots. Don't. Like, if this is actual screenshots, like, don't do that. Don't touch them. Keep them as they lie. Unless, like, it's, like, has docs information, then don't. But... I've tried. I have really, really tried in this situation to give that nuance. I have tried to look at the other perspective. But all the evidence suggests that you all knew a lot more than you're leading on. Even Nezzy admitted in this, like, in their chat log to me, they admitted they didn't say anything because they basically knew they were guilty. We're going to read some stuff, I guess. Oh my God. Like, Doodle Tones has 2 different accounts in the FCK. Like, it's... Oh, God. Like, reading the FCK logs, you want to understand perspective why I can't read them. Like, all of them in a stream. Let me show you why. Let me show you why. Toasty alone has over 7,000 messages. As you can see, like NSFW fucking emoticons, 2 of them. This chat right here has straight up porn in it I had to censor. There's so much. There is so much. And it's just a giant massive problem. Like, Toasty was straight up sending actual porn in the server. I'm not even kidding you. Actual real life porn. Not just cartoons. I'll show you. Because I gotta censor it. Just... Literally, there's a video. They were sending porn videos in the server. Like, oh my God. Like this. Toasty sent porn videos in the server. There's just porn everywhere. There's no excuse for this shit. Look, this is a message to one of the freaking minors. I am pregnant. Mimi, I'm sorry your Sims character had to look at my small penis, and I'm very surprised it was able to impregnate you given its size, but I'm not fucking paying child support, you cum-guzzling demon slut. Apparently you're my boyfriend or some shit. Mimi was a child. These are messages in the FCK. Why were these never mentioned? Like, oh my God. Like, there's more inappropriate content in here from all of them. Let me just show you some more inappropriate content I am fairly certain I can show. Like, fucking Fuchsia Butters was linking videos at the time showing, like My Little Pony characters dressed like this. Yet, like Fuchsia Butters in their server in 2022 remarked like they were aware that minors watched them. There was like, oh my god, there's stuff like this, where this is the one man band. This is Trent Grump the man. He sent inappropriate shit in here too. Like he has like over 1,000 messages. He sent some stuff. Like some of the stuff I can't show. But one thing I can show is like he was fucking linking his hentai reviews with Ben the Looney in here. Like, yeah, they called out the FCK. Yeah, they only called it out because Ben the Looney was called out for drawing like one like OKKO porn in here and forced to remove it, and they had a whole shit fight about it because the entire server was inappropriate and they thought it was hypocritical. Like these people didn't give a shit that kids were groomed. Let's be so fucking for real, because if you did, like, you wouldn't be leaking porn. Like, oh my god, like, Ben, otherwise known as Puffy Zillaman, has 116 messages in here. The first message in here is directed towards them saying, like, Ben the Looney has sex with his cousins. Oops, I mean me. Incest for the wincest. Literally, the first words out of their mouth was something inappropriate. The first fucking words. Like, none of these people are without sin, as much as, like, I mentioned, like, oh, they called out, like, they called out the FCK. They only did so because Ben felt it was hypocritical. Like, Miss ZZ, while this asking minors for thigh pictures, was posting videos about fucking people predating on children. Not seeing the fucking irony in this. Like, even Peaches. Like, Peaches was seeing some of this content. Nezzy Monster was in here. Like, Miss ZZ, get your fat cock out of my ass. No. Peaches, what did I do? I don't know. Stop pushing your cock deeper inside of me. It's too late. And then, like that. Come on. Yes. Just... How much are you expecting us to believe? Genuinely. That this was... like, no one knew any better. At some point, when was anyone going to speak up? Like, what? Like, they're saying this in front of kids. Hopeless Peaches saw it. All these people saw it. Like, there's more. There's more of this. This is stuff I can show that I'm not risking, like, getting my entire fucking thing flagged. Like, Ben the Looney's not any better. Ben the Looney, like, I have a whole folder on him. Because of the FCK stuff. Because Ben the Looney was also inappropriate with some of the people in the FCK. One of the minors voice acted in some of their cartoons at age 16 and had some of the minors in their server and exposing them to porn and other shit that was inappropriate. Like I have like all this shit stockpiled right here. Hold on, let me play the Nezzy and Doodle call, because I do think that's important context too. There's no visuals for this, so I can just play it.
I do have questions regarding the FCK server. I'm not asking about the whole Toasty stuff, because that, again, is your all stuff to handle.
Alright, let's go ahead and lightning round that sucker then.
So, I can send evidence for this if you want. The problem is that it's porn.
We're all 18. We're all over 18 here. There are no children in this server.
Okay.
But thank you for checking.
Perfect. So, there was a lot of porn sent in that server, and this is just one issue that I had that I've discussed previously, is that a lot of, well, Mad Libs, I can say this about Mad Libs, initially her server had a lot of minors and a lot of porn in it that they had access to. That was also a problem with Lucy's server, and I have questions specifically because you've seen it, and you were in an interaction when they were sending porn, and the only thing that you sent was a little holy water meme. You didn't say anything about the fact that, well, Teddy at the time was like 16 or 17, Slimmers was 15, or, yeah, 15 at the time, and then James was like 16. And those weren't the only minors in that Discord, but those are the three I can confirm at the time. And there was like just a fuck ton of porn sent in the server. Madlib sent porn, Lucy sent porn, Toasty sent a lot of porn. He sent most of it. What is with the porn spamming?
I don't know. He would do that in our conversations too.
Well, he wasn't the only one that did it.
Was just kind of,
I know.
It was just kind of the environment that Toasty, like, built.
And there you heard it. Even Doodle says the environment Toasty did. They all spam porn in the chat, literally mentioning the minors affected by this. There's no excuse for this. There's none. Are you kidding me? There is no excuse for this. They were aware of it. They did nothing about it. Fucking Doodles even was aware of it, did nothing about it. Because in their call with me, and the thing is, I'm not just going to paraphrase this. I'm going to release the call. I'm going to release it publicly because this needs to be shown. Doodles admitted they knew that minors were being sent porn in the FCK for over 4 years. They were aware when they left that is what was happening. Like, I'm going to release the call. Because I'm going to release it publicly. I'm probably going to post it on Twitter. But I'm going to release the full call that was done on April 4th. Because it's really bad. No. You guys like to talk about nuance? When I asked you directly, Doodle Tones, why didn't you tell Ponder? You said you didn't know. You said you had no experience in the matter. But you had people that did, and you didn't reach out to any of them. And then I look into the frickin', the commentator wiki? And you made top 10 lists talking about top 10 worst and best commentaries talking about serious subjects involving pedophilia. Like, let me pull that up right now. Like, I'm just going to show two of them because if we go through the whole thing, like, Doodles lied to me in that and said they didn't know the ages of the people in the, of any minors. They thought it was on an all-adult space. They knew of Slimmers' age because in their top 10 best list of 2019, they put Ponder's video talking about the Madame and Slimmer situation, and again in the best for 2020. You knew Slimmers' age. You saw them in there. And that age was mentioned frequently in the server. Multiple times, these people's ages were mentioned. Lolicon, calling them Lolicons, was mentioned at many different points from many of these people. Let me just show you just to get you a hint. Because it's going to relate to my next point. There was a thing, Ghost.exe might be a pedo bear by Dan Stein, Holy Majesty. This is one of the worst commentaries that Doodles put on their worst list. Pushing a narrative against both previous target drama, summer comedy drama, in retrospect, both being pedophiles. Preaching tone-deaf ideology as the past is the best indicator of the future. As an excuse to draw flimsy parallels between subject drama and existing case of child predator. With no regard for the context of the person's constant natural development, lacking in evidence of claims, lying about how much benefit of the doubt he gave Holy Majesty, moving the goalposts regarding the drama, regarding the original character when running out of arguments. Why are you talking about serious matters if you have no experience in this? Wouldn't this be detrimental in these kinds of situations then, Doodle? Hold on, let's go to another one. This isn't the first time. I was tricked by a pedophile by Omazi, shoe on head. Pedophile apologism. Comparing the term liberalist with minor attracted person solely because he doesn't like the former with no regards for the latter being a dangerous trait. Claiming transgenderism shouldn't be a part of the LGBT on the basis that it isn't a sexuality in response to Shu's claims that pedophilia shouldn't be a part of LGBT. Implying that Shu is problematic all because she warned her audience against pedophile dog whistles on Twitter, suggesting blocking such people. Comparing the attraction and consent then adults to each other to adults actively preying on someone too young to any experience to understand attraction and consent. You have no experience, Doodles? What the fuck is that? What is that? I want that answered now. What is that then? You're talking on situations like that with no experience? Either that's reckless or you fucking lie to me. Those are the only two answers in that fucking situation, Doodles. The only two. Like, no. No. You claim to me you didn't talk about Toasty because you had no experience and no idea how to call them out. You called out that person. Who? What's the difference? There isn't. No. No. I'm going to release that call so you guys can see exactly what I mean by this. I played a little dumb in the call so I would see exactly what Doodles would tell me because I wanted them to tell me exactly be honest with me. So I asked them a few dumb questions just to see how they react, so they would actually answer my real ones more genuine, more genuine honesty. Doodles, I'm angry. I am fucking furious. You claim you want nuance, but yet you left out in your video addressing this. Why didn't you tell them that you knew when you left the FCK that Toasty was sending porn to minors for 4 years like you told me? In fact, I'm just going to release it because I don't like the fact that wasn't mentioned in your video. You care about nuance, but you completely cut out that subject matter. I think your audience deserves to know that you knew that was going on. You may have not known of the grooming, like you claimed to me, but you definitely knew porn was being distributed to minors. You knew of the sexual harassment they were going through by the time you left by your own admission. No. I've been charitable enough. That nuance got erased. I don't know why you erased it, but you need to put it back in there. Because I don't know what story you're spinning to Lio right now. But the fact you admitted that to me is questionable. Like, no. I don't think, like, I'm already having problems with the fact that Lio is trusting you to do, like, this is so, Lio, you're doing a conflict of interest by making Doodles review the evidence, because if anything indicts them of anything bad, why would they share that with you? You're trusting their word on that. That is a very dumb idea. You should have a third party do that. Don't use Doodles as that source, because Doodles has something to hide if that goes wrong. Even if they didn't, they gain something for their friends and a lot of other stuff. This is a conflict of interest, and I really, really, really think it's a bad idea he's making a video on the FCK using Doodles as a source. It's okay to ask for testimony, but ask for testimony and then have separate parties look at that information to verify if that testimony is true. Because just from the stuff I have, their stories are conflicting with things. And that is a problem. Why is Doodles making the spreadsheet when they're one of the suspects? That is stupid. Okay? I get you don't have many resources, but to trust a person that's suspected of wrongdoing in the situation, that admitted to me they knew for 4 years that minors were being sent porn. Lio, you are dropping the ball right now. If you're not going to do predator hunting anymore, don't do the FCK video, for love of fucking God. Like, oh my God. Because if you're going to do that, with that kind of conflict of interest going on right there, that's a problem, because you're relying on Doodles being fully truth, not cutting context from it, showing you the entire server, everything. Are you going to double check everything they post? Because I know you're not going to, because there's tens of thousands of messages. There's no fucking way you have that time. So the fact that you do that is scaring the fuck out of me, because these people are saying these, like, if you read the fucking chat log that Nezzy has, it doesn't show them defending the FCK victims. It's defending Mad Libs. Yeah, she told me she didn't know the ages of all the people in FCK and assumed they were all adults. I'm going to be honest, Susie lied in that. Because Susie did know the age of Slummers, because in their top 10 best of 2019 and 2020, Ponder's video, where it's clearly stated the ages of Slummers, being a minor and 15, were stated in those. Doodles watches those videos to put them in that list. There's no way she didn't fucking know Slummers was a child. She saw her in there. There's ain't no fucking way. I'm sorry. That benefit of the doubt's out the window when I'm literally looking at this and seeing evidence that's showing otherwise. The narratives aren't matching up. The evidence is speaking differently. Their chat logs are speaking differently. I have been nice about this, but this is bullshit. Oh my God. While we're at it, let's talk about Ben the Looney, since he was in there too. And same with Trent. These two are not without any things either. They were sending inappropriate stuff, as you saw in the server as well. Trent had over 1,000 messages in there in his alt account. Ben the Looney only got kicked out because he drew OKKO porn, and they suddenly decided to be like overly moralistic about it when they themselves were making porn of the actual minors and sending it to the fucking minors. Like, I have been very, very nice about all this. I've tried to be the neutral guy, but the evidence suggests that Doodles and Nezzy are not saying the full truth. The evidence is suggesting they are not being fully, like, the truth that's in that situation is not being told. Whether it's intentional or not, it's not being disclosed. I don't, like, regardless of how you feel about Lio and all them, the fact that they're making a video on such a subject like this and allowing people who are in that situation to gather the evidence when they have a lot to gain by changing the narrative in their favor is a problem. I have been trying to be charitable. I'm literally, as you saw, I'm giving Fuchsia Butters a chance to speak to me before I speak about her things, just to verify what she's claiming to be true, that she was groomed by Toasty, a thing that even Dumbsville even claimed to me as well. Like, I'm giving her the chance to show me the evidence, and I gave Nezzy the chance to show me the evidence. She didn't. I waited for Doodle because Doodle's the reliable source, and now that I have it, the evidence doesn't show the narrative you have spun. I could be wrong, but I remember Susie told me Slimmers was not active when they were in the server. Hey, Thuman, I can double check that right now. Because I'm still in the FCK server. I literally can double check when Doodles posted. Because Doodles had 2 separate accounts in the FCK. Not 1, but 2. Which, by the way, why was that context left out of your video as well, Doodle? Because you didn't just have 1 account in there, you had 2. The other one may have not commented much, but that's still weird. You had 2 accounts in the FCK. There were 2 of them, of yours, in the FCK. Like, no. No. Hold on, let me get in there. And after I do that, we're going to talk about Doodle a little bit more, because there is something I do need to address that is a problem that them, Lio, and Nezzy did that I know about. And we need to have a real serious fucking talk about that, because it's bad. It's really bad, and I am very fucking pissed it happened. Okay. Okay, I don't need the tourniquet. Turn it off from Doodle Tones. Let's see. Doodles, over 80 messages. Doodles has some inappropriate messages in here. Like, y'all talk about the dude who tagged me in the pic of Quinn Kuro giving a blowjob. I was super confused by that. Like, oh my God. Hold on. Let me go around, because, like, Slimmers was in the server around when Doodles joined. Because, hold on. What's the old? Doodles, with their alt account, joined on March 31st of 2020. There's a 17. There's a minor right there. Sorry, I'm not showing the chat just in case. Let's see. When does Slimmers appear? Because Slimmers is still in the chat. Which, by the way, there's no way in hell you didn't know. Because Slimmers literally has a chat here called Slimmers Art Safe for Work. The Safe for Work art chat was made before you got in here, Doodle. Like, what are you talking about? There's another minor in here. There's a minor, there's a minor, there's a minor. There's a minor, there's a minor. Oh, there's the Nazi meme. There's Fuchsia Butter posting the Nazi symbol. Oh, how lovely. Thanks, Fuchsia. I'm going to copy and paste this. Whee. I'm just gonna show. This is Fuchsia Butter's Nazi thing in here. Just showing you, like, they were posting Nazi symbols and shit in here. So, like, well, as a Jewish person, I'm not so comfortable reading this. So let's see. There's literally a dog shaking its ass seductively in the chat. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. So, okay. By the time Doodles left, they admitted to me they fully knew that their minors were being sent porn in the server. They knew. And they didn't anything because they had no experience. Blah, 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 blah. Let me just click around to see, like, because there's a few minors around Doodles talking right now, but I want to find Slimmers, because I know Slimmers was still in here. Trans girl, there's just a robot, he's innocent. Oh, they're in the VC chat with Toasty Vanilla, deleted user. Oh my god, there is so much. I'm just going through all of Doodle's messages on the one of the accounts. It's not both of them. Well, wait, I can just look up Slimmers. Because, like, if I'm gonna see that. Like, okay, there's Slimmers. Slimmers was in there since 10/12/2019. Let's see, were they around during that time? Let us go to page 13. Slimmers has 1,000 messages in here. Okay, page 21. Okay, that's the first. I'm gonna go to page 32. Ah, damn it, Slimmers. You have so many messages. Slimmers was still in there until, like, fucking... Like, Slimmers was still in there. Slimmers was in there in July 14th of 2023. July 27th of 2020. Like, they were still in there when Doodles was in there. They were still in there. Like, what? I don't get the argument that it was, like, I was, like, no. You made a top 10 that mentioned the best commentary was from Ponder Sprocky. Watched it. Ponder clearly mentioned that Slimmers was a fucking minor. There's no way you didn't know. Like, they had 2 whole chats dedicated to them. Doodles, that is a hard, like, that is hard for me to believe. And I see porn immediately. Oh, God, Slimmers. No, I don't want to see your porn. Slimmers was talking on before Libido. Slimmers talked on April 5th of 2020. There's a lot of minors talking right now. Oh my god, there's so many. There's no way you did not know something was wrong here. The porn that I am scrolling past already. There's literally a collaboration video with Ms. Zizi, Teddy, and all of them in the chat. What? Oh my god. My brain is scrambled just reading all this. There's tits. And Doodles, you were talking in here, like, Slimmers was talking in here on the April 5th. And 3 days later, Doodles is talking in here as well. Doodles joined on the 31st. The Slimmers NSFW chat and the Safe for Work chat were already created by this point. So I don't know why Doodles is claiming that. That is so fucking weird. Why are they claiming that? That doesn't make sense. Like, what? Now we got to talk about the call that Doodles and them had with one of the victims. We got to address that because that is genuinely a true sign that they are not here to help the victims. They are here to help themselves. And I frankly want all of you just to, for the ones that are in the FCK, just make a video telling people what you did. Don't make excuses. Don't go, but in hindsight, no, just say what you did and leave. And apologize and leave. Help who you can and leave. But Lio should not be making a video on the FCK. And one of the reasons why is because of the call that happened prior to the Doodles and Ellie call that I had. They had it with the victim, and the victim explicitly told them not to record it, and they still recorded it. And the victim's aware of it, and they are not happy. And this is a problem I'm having. It's because you guys claim that you care about the victims, even so much that Doodles in their videos like, I wonder how much Akumu cares about the victims. Doodles, I'm going to stop you right there, and I'm going to say directly up front, you need to stop saying it too. Because if you cared about the victims, you would have run by that video before you posted it with the victims, for starters, to see if they were even comfortable with you even talking about this. Because the only reason I'm making the streams is because the victims asked me to do so. I didn't do so out of clout and like, ooh, I can get views. No, they asked me to do this as a way to help them. I didn't do this because I wanted to get views and shit. No, I did this because they asked me as a way to help them get their stories out there and talk about the incidents, to talk about the FCK, because the Peaches and Lio situation had eclipsed them from talking about their situations yet again, just like this community's done before, where they basically eclipse their situation in grooming in favor of petty shit that ultimately eclipses the harm that they've went through, so they can't get help. I want you to stop saying you care about the victims too. I want Nezzy to stop saying that. I want you all to stop saying that. Because if you truly cared about the victims, that call you guys did should have never happened, especially to that particular victim. Now, I'm not going to say who it is, but this victim had made it known publicly they had already self-harmed and tried to commit suicide. And you thought it was a good idea to you told them it was their responsibility to clear some of your fuckers' names. Now, I'm angry, and I'm sorry for the language, but I'm very angry when it comes to that. And the reason why I'm angry is because the victim's responsibility is to fucking heal. That responsibility should be to the people either representing them, like me, or talking about the situation. It's not the victim's responsibility to clear your fucking names. And the fact that you literally guilt-tripped them, Nezzy started crying in that call, y'all guilt-tripped these people into agreeing to that, is fucking despicable. You say you care about the victims, but you pull that shit? I want you to release that call to the public. Because it's already apparent you don't care about their wishes. Otherwise, you would have never recorded that call. They begged you not to record that call, and you still did it. I want you to release that call. Because if you truly care about the victims, be held accountable for your mistakes that you did to them. Any harm you've done, acknowledge it. Be upfront with it. Post it. Because this is fucking ridiculous. You say oh, I wonder how Kumu cares about the victims. Here's a newsflash for you all. And it's the truth that since you care about nuance, you guys don't want to acknowledge, it's time for you to acknowledge it. Akumu is a victim too. He may not be a grooming victim, but he's definitely a victim of the FCK. He was harassed both with threats and sexually. I read in part 1, Miss Zizi and Fuchsia Butters both sexually harassing Akumu, describing how they were Miss Zizi especially describing how they were gonna fill his boy pussy with cum. You say you care about the victims, but yet you don't acknowledge that he's one himself. You're like, oh yes, I get you were harassed and that's bad. He's one of the victims. Even you call him a bad faith actor and all this stuff, but he's still someone affected by the FCK at the end of the day. You care about the victims, but yet you will delegitimize his feelings in the matter. Call him a bad faith actor and all that shit. My fucking God. A victim doesn't stop being a victim just because they don't agree with you. He may not be a grooming victim, but he's still a victim of the FCK, just like these people. I may not agree with how he's gone about it, but he still has the right to speak on it. He still has the right to feel upset by it. He has the right. And the fact you're telling like this weird tone policing shit, like, stop. I get he's not going about this the greatest way. But the fact that you guys are suggesting, oh, I wonder if he cares about the victims of the FCK. Motherfucker, he's one of them. I was told Akumu he was a victim, and he brushed it off. He was a minor at the time. Just because Akumu doesn't view himself like a victim doesn't make him any less of one. I view myself as a survivor of SA, but that still means I'm a victim of SA. Some people don't want to be viewed as a victim because it feels demoralizing and demeaning. But at the end of the fucking day, he still was talked to inappropriately and treated like crap. He was 17. This shouldn't be okay. And this forces the victims to go after each other as well, because you're saying like, oh, that victim's not going about this the right way. And you make them turn against each other when they should be coming together to talk about their experiences, get their stories, talk about their stories, and have camaraderie and possibly even healing from the event. You care about victims, but yet you're willing to dismiss his experiences so readily. I don't like that either. I don't care if you don't like Akumu. Like, the dude doesn't trust me, I don't trust him. But he's still a victim at the end of the day, and he still has the right to speak just as much as the rest of them do. Okay? I'm being upfront because I find it ridiculous how you all are treating him. I don't like how he's treating you, but this can be solved with a fucking conversation. Akumu's trying to talk to you, Doodle. Talk with him! You care about the victims? Have a conversation with one of them, for fuck's sake! He's one of them! Talk to him! You care about him? Talk to him! Talk to all of them! Not just one! Not just one you find preferable or easy to digest. This situation's uncomfortable. Be uncomfortable. There's things in this that are going to be uncomfortable. Digest it. Embrace it. Learn from it. You're not going to get anywhere in this situation if you're only listening to stuff that is preferable to you. You gotta accept the fact he's still a victim in this. He's seen shit. He's heard shit from all this situation that no one's choosing to acknowledge, and it is a problem. His beef with the FCK wasn't petty. He was being harassed. He was being threatened. He was being sexually fucking harassed as well. I read some of those messages, Doodle. They were disgusting. There's a video Fuchsia has that he has saved where he's Fuchsia's literally talking about his mom and dad's pullout game. Are you fucking kidding me? They don't stop being victims because they disagree with you. They don't stop being victims because they're not digestible to you. Some of the victims don't trust me, but guess what? I respect their autonomy. I respect their space. I respect their want to not talk to me. Like, there's some of the victims in that server that don't want to talk to me because they don't trust me, and I have never pushed them on it. I have never pushed them to get help. I have never done I have left my hand out that, hey, if you want help, come get it. There's donations from the stream that I have set aside just for them, that if they want that help, they can get that help. I'm not going to pressure them to talk to me. I'm not going to pressure them to do fuck all because they're the victims in the situation and they are the ones needing help, doodles. It's not right. None of this situation is correct. If you guys respect the situation, you shouldn't have treated that victim like that, especially one that was so unstable. I'm the one that deals with that stuff behind the scenes. After that call, they were in a horrible place because of you people. And I don't want you to go and talk to them right now. They're still recovering. Fucking leave them alone if you know who it is. They are recovering, and I don't want to risk them killing themselves again. Or self-harming. They are finally in a decent place right now. Let them be for now. I'll tell you when it's okay to, alright? No worries. But I'm here to help the victims, and my help is they still deserve to be acknowledged regardless if I like what they say or not. Regardless if I think what they're doing is great or not. They still were hurt. I support all of them. My help is not conditional. Neither should yours be. You want to help? Acknowledge all of them, not just some of them. Regardless of the stupid shit he's done in the past, he still was a kid. If what you did in the past was you being a kid, well, why can't that apply to him? You've done dumb shit in the past before. Why does he have to be held to the fucking campfire of it? Well, he still defends it. Yeah, because he was a kid. He didn't know any better. Of course he's going to defend it. Like, you guys never taught him to be anything else but what he was. You guys treated him like a demon for years, and then you're surprised that's what he became. Give people equal respect, and you will get it in return. You have not given that to Akumu. You have not given that to quite a few of these victims, especially the one in that call. You didn't give them the space they needed to heal, and you put that pressure on them that nearly made them crack again. You know how many people in this situation I've had to help with self-harming and suicide? There's literally, at 1 a.m., I have a chat log with someone that I was talking to that's related to the situation. I had to help with self-harming from bleeding out. You people have caused a lot of problems with your shit. You care about nuance, but you seem to forget. You like to talk about there's people behind the screen. You seem to forget they're people too. So for the love of fucking God, just talk to Akumu. For the love of fuck. Oh my God. Like, you want people to hear you out? Then talk to people. I'm not doing this anymore. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. That call even happened is ridiculous. The fact that I had to help someone tourniquet a self-harm wound because of this dumb situation you all have created is ridiculous. That should have never happened. None of that should have happened. And that's why I'm pissed. Thuman's the nicer of the two of us. They care about getting the victims out and making them help them move on and feeling comfortable. I'm the one to express their fucking rage. I speak for them when they can't speak. And they want you to know that, hey, they are here. They need to be acknowledged. They need help still. Just because it's 4 years ago for you doesn't mean the pain was any less for them. So find your memory real quick with the commentary amnesia and fucking help those kids. This is stupid. Sorry for the rage. Sorry. Just, I do not like the fact there's so many kids failed in this situation that were put into silence that could have been helped way sooner. I have talked to a lot of them. Some of them don't trust me. Some of them don't want to talk to me. I respect their autonomy. I respect their decision. You people haven't for some of these people. You haven't even asked for some of their stories. Because when I asked around about the Peach, just about Peaches, 3 of them corroborated that Peaches said inappropriate stuff in VC calls with Toasty. So there's more going on with the chat log than just that. There's VC that you need to corroborate with their testimony. Because there's more that happened. There's a victim that was convinced into, one of the kids convinced into peeing on the live stream because Toasty manipulated them to do so. Toasty had fucking blackmail on some of these victims. Where's this discussion? Where is it? I seem to be the only one mentioning that one. That's disturbing. Thuman's video is going to come out soon, and they're going to let the victims speak, which they have every right to speak, and I'm so excited for that. But, in the meantime, I want you to take this fucking seriously. No more of this nuanced, pedantic bullshit. Be honest. If you fucked up, say it. They don't want your excuses anymore. It's been 4 years. You're hurting them more by doing that, and they see you lie even more to them. There's some victims in this chat that didn't even know some of the shit I just mentioned here today was happening. Do you think that's fair to them? No! For the love of God, you care about nuance. Acknowledge when something's fucked up. Be honest. It's okay. Yes, you're gonna get lumps for it, but it's okay. Because if you truly care about improving and becoming a better person and being accountable like you all claimed, that's the goal. Being accountable means you gotta take the licks. You gotta take when people fucking hate you. You gotta take when people think you're a fucking asshole. That's the point of growing, is acknowledging the consequences of your actions. And until I see that, I want you all to not make the FCK video because you're not really thinking about the nuance like you claim you are. Because this is stupid. That video was ridiculous, and I can't believe I sat through that. That video was 3/4 talking about fucking Akumu, Dulu. Not about how the kids were hurt, not about how they felt. It was about fucking Akumu. This is ridiculous. Stop it. Whoo, Nelly. So I'm done. I'm done for now. Because I wanted to read through the FCK, but I'm too scared of risking accidentally showing porn like I did in the first half. So I'm going to edit that video, and I'll post it out. I'll put it as part 2. And then I'll put this as part 2 again on its own. This one will be public because no porn got shown. But I'm sorry for being harsh, but I see the after effects of what this does to the victims. I see how it hurts them. I have helped self-harming. I had to stop suicides. I've had enough. You guys are playing a dangerous game right now, and it fucking stops today. Be honest. Be adults. I shouldn't have to be telling you this. So, thank you all for attending. I do apologize for my rage. This is me venting a lot of the emotions the victims have wanted to vent. I may have not done it in the way they wanted it to at some parts, and I do apologize for that. I will take any responsibility for any harm on their like they feel I have made, and I'll make additional corrections like I did in the first half of this stream for the first part that I had to I have to re-edit because I accidentally showed porn because I'm stupid. For real, I'm about to break Mad Lib's kneecaps for that. I'm about to break her knees. I'm just kidding. Like, I'm going to tell you this up front as well, Doodle. I understand you were groomed in the past, but that doesn't mean this situation's justifiable. I'm just saying that as well. I am sorry if that happened to you. Please get therapy, okay? I'm not trying to gut you like a fish, but I'm not happy with the reasonings that have been given. I'm not happy with the excuses that have been made. I'm not happy with the victims that have been ignored and mistreated. Treat them with respect, and I will treat you with respect. Until that happens, I'm going to yell at you. And I don't like yelling at people. But if it's going to get you to realize how much you're hurting them, maybe that's what I need to do. So until then, have a great day. So, anything else you guys want to talk about before this ends? Any questions? Because I was not focusing on chat at all. I was staring at the television. Because I have ADHD, and I apologize. Any questions? I'll answer them. Because I am angry and tired. But mostly angry. Like, I have given all these people a chance to talk. I waited for Doodle's video to come out about their statement. I have been patient. I have waited. But if you're not willing to talk, then I'm going to have to force you a bit to speak. Because you need to speak. These kids were failed for 4 years. They need an answer, and they need it now. They need the truthful one. Not the flowery one. Not the one you think will preserve their feelings. Say the truth. Okay? No more. No more.
No more.
Is Ghost.exe one of the guilty parties? No. No, Ghost.exe is not guilty of the FCK situation, though they are questionable in the Necopon situation. I have their video saved, where they basically admitted because of Romeo and Juliet laws, they knew Necopan was dating a minor. I have that video saved. I have part 2 of that video saved. They even admitted that Necopan was 25 and that minor was 17 and that all their admins knew, which means also Hal and Junkie knew, which makes another situation I have to talk about that Junkie was fucking involved in because Hal was quote unquote investigating into the Necopan shit. And guess who was helping him? Ah! I got the whole... I got a whole conversation with Nettie. I'm sitting on... Should I just keep doing it or what? I think my question was yeeted, but are we able to see the rest of the FCK server? I do think they're going to release the full FCK server soon. I do have, like, a lot of the FCK from, like, FCK leaks that they screenshotted. They didn't screenshot all of it, but I think I'll post it publicly so you all can go through it. Like, it's a little zip file. It's a little zip file. Be warned, there's porn on it. I'll probably put it somewhere so that way it doesn't get flagged down. I'll figure out what to do, but it's not the entire thing. But they did send me, like, a zip of a lot of the server, which is why I asked to get in the server, because they didn't send me the entire server. But I'll release that publicly because I do think it's important you all see exactly what was fucking said. Get your gears. Do you think people should avoid the ACC and the SCC? I think the ACC and the SCC need restructuring and bad. This is coming from someone that was a victim of the older ACC. Nothing really has changed here. My wrists are still broken. I still haven't gotten assistance for it. And I think that's also partially a reason why I'm so angry for the victims, because I understand firsthand how this community can fucking fail them and how bad it can get and how they can be treated, because I've experienced it firsthand. So, in my personal opinion, it needs to be restructured, and a lot of these people involved need to leave. They need to leave entirely. They need to get therapy. They need to leave the ACC and the SCC, and this place needs to, it needs to be reset. I do want to add that when I discussed with the victims, none of them brought up Susie as a person who hurt and caused them harm. I don't know about the new development, whether Susie's age or not. Regardless, the thing is, complacency in a situation like this is still a form of harm. They knew children were being distributed porn and did nothing about it. They admitted that to me personally. Well, in our call, in front of one of the victims and their witness, which is even more horrifying because I didn't want the victim to be in that call, because that was the victim that had the self-harm and suicidal tendencies. And that was very upsetting. One of the victims that have that tendency. They're not the only one. But they were one of the ones I really didn't want to be in the call, because they've already hurt themselves a few times, and it wasn't good. But I'm just being upfront. Like, I'm angry because these people, you need to be honest. I do not like dishonesty. I'm Italian. Like, literally, the one thing we get on people for is honesty. For a reason. Because there's no point to being dishonest. There's no point. Did Shadow get muted? I don't know. Yeah, I'll share the call publicly about Doodles I keep referring to, but I'll share with you exactly how they reacted in that as well. But that call was bad. That call was really bad, and it gave me enough insight to show that Doodles and them are not trying to do this for the benefit of the victims. They're doing it for their own benefit. Which, if they were just upfront with that, it'd be one thing. But trying to act like they're doing this for the benefit of the SCK is a whole nother ballgame. And preaching to Akumu, I wonder if Akumu cares about the victims. Doodles, I'm being upfront with you right now. That call we had showed you didn't either. And it's why I'm so angry. It's one of the reasons I am angry. Was Ponder in the server? No, Ponder Sprocket was never in the FCK server. I don't even think they were aware of it. Ponder is an innocent party in the FCK situation. They weren't in that server. Just to make verification, Ellis Marks and Innocent Party, they were in the FCK server, but they had no real deep involvement. They were 17. Just a Robot was also innocent in that server. He had no deep involvement. He didn't speak on it. He was rarely active. He had no idea what was going on. Domsville was rarely active in the FCK server, had really no involvement in the FCK server, didn't know anything about it. Like, I'm just making it clear, because there's multiple people in that server. I'm just making it clear, the ones that have channels, like, hey, these motherfuckers didn't know. The only person I am side-eyeing at all is Dumbsville, because they knew of Fuchsia Butter's prior behaviors before the FCK and defended them on that, despite being directly told of what they were doing. And he agrees that is something he understands why I'm side-eyeing him on that, so it's all good. Hey, Locke, do you ever wonder Ghosty ever been acting off around before during the Nekabon stuff? Yeah, Ellis Mark was in there, didn't know anything. Hello, are you late? Yes, this is the end of the stream. Yes, Pudgy. This is the end. This is the end. But, yeah. So we're probably, if that is all the questions, we'll wrap it up. I'm probably going to get yelled at by a few people for, not the victims, but I know some of the other characters I mentioned are probably going to yell at me. And frankly, it's worth it. Because the victims need their voices heard. And I'm done placating people's feelings to an extent. These kids didn't get help for 4 years. They need help now. I still have and just further note, any donations for this stream, it is being set aside for the victims as well. It's being split up. And the ones that haven't taken any of the donations, I still have them. If they want them, they're free to reach out to come get them. If any of those victims need help, those donations are still waiting for you. If you need therapy and assistance, that money is still waiting for you. All of that's still there. Thank you. But are you going to make another FCK stream? I probably am. Because I'm probably going to go through the server because this was mainly addressing the statements and talking about the issues with them. I do need to make another because, if Fuchsia Butters responds, I do want to talk about her statement. If she I want to hear her out because some of the victims are saying she was harmed by Toasty. So I do want to hear her story. I do want to hear her out because I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to gut these people. I want to speak for the victims' behalf. And if these people are not going to be honest with the victims, I'm going to be upset about it. Because these people have been lied to and hurt enough. So, that's why I'm giving Fuchsia Butters the chance, hey, you agreed to an interview. Come, let's ask them questions. I want to know your story. I want to see your evidence. I want to know your story. The only thing I'm having issues with is Fuchsia Butters deleted their Discord. The one they had with, talking to Toasty. So now I'm worried, they don't have evidence, which is going to make this... It's going to make this a situation, and I just want the truth. I would much prefer it if all these people just said, hey, Lockout, yeah, I knew, and I didn't care. If it was just that, yeah, I'd be a little upset, but I wouldn't be nearly as upset from, the rigmarole and, the DMV, language in the constant spiral of go here, go here, go here for the true answer. I do believe Nezzy is remorseful. I do believe that. But it doesn't make their involvement okay. It doesn't make their lack of anything okay. Same with Doodle. You can be remorseful and still have done something wrong. And I'm trying to relay that. I'm just angry. Well, hey, Locke, I was stream. I fell asleep. Sorry. Did it recently delete it? Will you be talking more about Lio Convoy? I'm not sure. Crystal Flame, run. Run, girl. It's the end of the stream. Run. But the stream is done. I am sorry for the aggression, but I'm this stuff needed to be said because I know a lot of the victims are very sweet people that don't want to say some of the some of the emotions they feel. So I'll say it for them. I'll say it directly for them because I don't care if you don't like me. In fact, it actually benefits me to not like me because the less you don't trust me, the more honest you're actually going to be with me. Because I found out when people don't trust me, they actually tend to overprotect certain things and then they let slip the real truths. I actually prefer it now that people don't trust me because that's horrifically when people are the most honest with me is when they do that. And unfortunately, that is the case with Doodles in our call because she showed that pretty well, and it's sad. I'm not happy. It's okay, Krista. It's okay, Krista. We can talk later. You are a good person. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I'm sorry, but okay. So this is gonna be done. I'm gonna edit out the first half of this. I do apologize. So basically, breadcrumbs. I can don't trust. I can act like I don't trust you too if that makes you feel better. Don't worry, Crystal. No one trusts me. Don't you know? I am not a reliable source. Says Infromitator, February 28th, 2024. Good job. So basically, acted up. I'll post the call with Doodle so you all can see it, because I do want to be transparent of what's going on, because this is a problem that doesn't need to be discussed, and I do think multiple perspectives on the matter would really help in discussing it, because people can see stuff I can't see. People can see stuff Doodles may have told me I may have not realized. I do think that. I do think we should all have a conversation on this, because the FCK victims do need this to be talked about. They've been silenced for 4 years, and the truth does need to be found, and that means we all have to talk. All of us. Because we do need to discuss what's going on here. So I'll probably release some of the stuff the FCK leaks gave me, which was the zip file with not the entire server, but parts of the server. Like, it has like half of the server. I'll release that probably on a Twitter account. I'll probably give it to. I'll figure out who to give it to, because I don't want, because there's porn in the zip. So I don't want it flagged down, because it does have the inappropriate content in it. Doodles wasn't yelling in the call. They were freaking out pretty severely, though, which I had to calm them down during that call. It wasn't fun. It was a very bad call. Any forewarnings for the Doodles call, Laka? Doodles is kind of is incredibly, like, how do I put this? How they act in that call, be forewarned, is not a regular Discord call. They act very jumpy, and they do raise their voice and interrupt a bunch of people a lot of the time, to the point that one of the victims' witnesses had to actually intervene at a few different times, because they essentially played the mediator, which I appreciate them for. But it's going to be an interesting discussion. So I'm going to post this. I'm going to post it on Twitter. I'm going to release the call, and you all can decide. So have a great day, everybody.